Thank you very much. Please be seated. We'll begin with a recap of the events of yesterday, and to do that, I'd like to welcome our colleague Ifani to come and anchor that. Please, let's clap.
Our people. We are people. So thank you so much. Yesterday we had an amazing time here, and I worked together with my colleague Esther Additional as internal rapporteurs for the conference, and these are some of the most memorable highlights, some of the things we decided to just share as a recap for all the things that happened yesterday. So next slide, please. So the opening remark from our Executive Director, Mrs. Fisayo, and one of the things she left us with is to understand that even though the statement "We are people" is for shared humanity, this conference focuses on amplifying youth voices. And then she urged every one of us to participate actively. And I want to say that one of the things we saw yesterday, that from events to events, there was a little time, many of us did not take opportunity, especially during the tea break, to network at all. So today, please have some time to take someone's number, talk to someone, know about someone. And so we had a lot of goodwill messages from the Federal Ministry of Health, the National Human Rights Commission, and some of the major things they said, like for the National Commission for People with Disability, build a future where everyone belongs and where everyone thrives. And next slide, please. And some of the action points from the goodwill messages is to strengthen our reduction financing and partnerships. This came strongly from UNAIDS, and then integrate disability rights and inclusion into national framework, and prioritize youth engagement. For the lived experiences session, that was moderated by Izini and members of panelists representing these communities. The key insights we picked out was that police brutality and stigma against people who use drugs and women who use drugs is still pervasive. People living with disabilities face systemic barriers in accessing justice, and rural neglect persist. You will see the stories that were shared by the person living with disability yesterday, how the injustice in school to graduate, how to go to another school. And the recommendations from that session was to create safe spaces and digital reporting platforms, especially for gender-based violence, and expand peer education and economic empowerment program, sensitize communities to reduce stigma and discrimination against persons living with disability, and include young people and key populations in policy making. That quote there is no separate word for anyone irrespective of who we are to live. We are all people living here. And for the keynote speech, we left with the recommendations of Barrister Suleiman. He spoke about raising the age of criminal responsibility from 7 to 12. That's the United Nations standard. Enforcing the Child Act rights that has nationwide. That particular act he mentioned has shown some progress in some of these issues, and expand diversion and non-custodial measures and implement health-based programs. This panel session was one of the most memorable for me personally. Some of the staggering statistics we saw: 700,000 plus reports of law enforcement abuse. Sorry, that's 2025. In 2025 alone, January to October, 67% of inmates are awaiting trials. We heard about cases of minors being detained for months in Kefi and other places, GBV violations by the police, and how poverty is highly criminalized, and lack of legal representation worsen justice. So the recommendation is to decriminalize minor offenses. Barrister Fidelis spoke much on this, establish restorative justice centers, increase funding for rehabilitation and reintegration, engage community and religious leaders in prevention. So we need to move from a punitive system to one that treats people as human beings. The next slide, the fireside chat with Dr. Adeolu. He's talking about how we are people came. Until yesterday, I didn't know how we got here, but we all learned that it was all about empathy, dignity, and advocacy for drug users. And today, over the years, we have harm reduction as a national program with legal backing in the country. And I was discussing with Esther. I said, this is a perfect change maker story, the story that Dr. Adeolu shared with us. And he left us, when he came to the final statement, he left with that word. Everyone here be a change maker. And then impact stories. We heard from Youth Rise Nigeria, all the impact from the Association of Persons with Albinism in Nigeria, from FIDA, from Lisa Academy. It was a nice session where we saw the impact that all these organizations are having in their communities. Next slide, please. The highlight from the Inclusive Marketplace session is economic empowerment begins with formalization. We heard that from the Abuja Chambers of Commerce, and business registration. The SME Digital Academy told us the impact that platform is having. 250,000 users already. You need to be there. And some of these recommendations from Urban Shelter for young people is to adopt this rent-to-own and cooperative housing solutions. So I just spoke about, just go to the next slide, please, sorry. And so that's it for us from our work yesterday. Thank you so much for having me. Good morning, everyone.
Thank you, Mr. Ifeanyi, for that precise recap. Next on the agenda is a spoken word, but before we do that, we recognize that everybody here is very important. So I would like to ask all the people seated on this side, can you move forward to the front? Move forward and occupy. You are very, very important people. So please move. The people seated on my right, move so that these seats will be occupied. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you. Come to the front. Okay, for the spoken word, I hope we are set. Are we good to go?
Across Nigeria, women are rewriting their stories, overcoming challenges, seizing opportunities, and building better futures for themselves and their communities. Youth Rise Nigeria stands with all Nigerian women, providing support, empowerment, and a path to success. Hear the stories of our champions, exceptional women who have been able to transform their challenges into success. We are looking into the future, training women and young girls on computer literacy. See how Nadia has transformed from being drug dependent to now working as an office assistant in a law firm.
I was born and brought up for Kano State. I recently moved into Abuja. I've been through a lot since I've lived my 9 years marriage. I met some friends that are trying to introduce me to some stuff. Yeah, I received a lot of support. Like, I was enrolled in computer class. I learned how to sew clothes then. they really try a lot. My self-confidence is weird, and then I had someone to talk to. At the other hand, I learned handwork. Through Youth Rise program, I've been able to get myself a job in a law firm as an office assistant, and it has improved my financial status. I'm really happy for the way my life is changing now, because I was thinking differently, and I don't think I can get a help from anybody. But now Youth Rise has helped me a lot. Because of them, I've got a job and I'm doing better.
Motherhood comes with immeasurable joy. Let's get some dose of this happiness from Fatima's story.
I'm living in Nyanya, Area A Extension. I'm from Gombe State. Well, my biggest challenge was I was idle. I was just there, nothing to do, always at home, doing nothing, and also depressed. Staff who is working here introduced me to Youth Rise Nigeria. That was how I get to know about Youth Rise. I joined the training for fashion. I received a lot from Youth Rise, from delivery items, antenatal, even from the pregnancy test. I did it all in Youth Rise.
For Becky, Youth Rise Nigeria fashion training has helped her, and she wants more women to be empowered.
I'm from Benue State. I'm Tiv by tribe. I live in Abuja. I love that fashion training. Like, even this dress I'm putting on was made by me from the training. I didn't even know how to cut before, but with their help, I can cut and sew now. I've even sold some clothes that people love.
According to Madam Safia, the funds and knowledge received from Youth Rise Nigeria have helped her strive even in a tough economy.
I'm from Adamawa State. I'm 41-year-old, a mother of 4. Where I usually get my medication from was a huge problem. We were facing insults from our caregivers. Only feeding was a problem for me and my family. I received a training on gender-based violence, how whenever we see such cases in our community, how to approach them, the right channels to meet, how to go about it. They gave me cash empowerment business. I was given 25,000 naira. Me meeting Youth Rise as a whole lot changed my mentality, changed my mindset, and also gave me this charisma to be bold, to be able to speak out, not to be silent about anything, that I should be proud of myself. My message to all women is that we should keep striving and we should keep praying and believing in God that one day things will change and things will turn around. For instance, myself, apart from this business I'm doing, this petty business I'm doing, I have a garden at the back of my house. I planted water leaf. and which I would say from the time I planted till now, at least I've gotten more than like 15,000 naira from sales of water leaf and okra and bitter leaf.
We conclude with the story of Patricia, an exceptional woman who had triumphed over HIV and has been empowered. She now teaches and lives a healthy, happy life in the suburbs of Abuja.
And I'm the only child of my home. I'm a teacher and I do other businesses. I'm a PLHIV person, so in terms of my drugs, I find it difficult. I have to pay. Teacher has taught me how to be open, and then most of the things I got and training were how to help myself as a girl child that is a PLHIV person. Also on trainings, how to manage incomes, and I've gotten some financial help also. In fact, my school was supported by Utrise Nigeria. They paid for my form and my first day in school. I'm becoming so emotional right now. The program on I think paralegal officers, it really impacted, it opened my eyes to a lot of things that I didn't know, that as a person, as a citizen of Nigeria, I have rights to some things, and even as a person living with HIV. They don't joke with me getting my refill. That alone, it's an achievement for me, because those were the challenges I was having before knowing Utrise. So yes. I think meeting Utrise made me to be very free and know that I have a voice and I am also a person. I remember one of those times they bring out this saying, we be people. Yeah. So it just made me to be so open. Like I don't have fears. Fear. I don't know how we're going to take fear away from women like me that feels the society will always come at them.
It's no news that women face significant barriers in the society today. While progress has been made through the sacrifices and contributions of powerful women throughout history, many challenges still persist. Take leadership, for example. Too often, women shy away from stepping into leadership positions. Not because we lack ability, but because of deep-seated societal biases that paint us as weak. This robs many of us the chance to influence decisions that directly affect our lives. Now, imagine the plight of marginalized women.
Thank you. Thank you. I think we're having some technical issue. But I don't know whether you got the feeling what it means for a life to be transformed by that story. Did you notice the lady that said, for the first time we attended a program and had to hold something and said, we are people. That she really felt for the first time she was a human being. She was seen as a person. That's impact. That's what we are talking about. That's what we are talking about. Because for some of us, you might not have seen people that are in that state of life. But these 4 people, and that's not just that, the number. But this is just a sample of what many, especially women who, because of life pressures, found themselves using substances to cope without knowing the impact of addiction, the potential to have substance use disorder. And the society labeled them. The society is marginalizing them. And suddenly, they meet a group of young people. That's the most interesting part of it. Very, very young people who naturally you will expect that what will occupy their minds is their future, how they will better their life. But they seem to be concerned with other people, the most marginalized of people, to make an effect, to make an impact in their life. Please, let's clap for you, Troyes. Let's clap for you, Troyes. Thank you. Thank you. Before we continue, there are very, very important personalities in our midst, and I'd like to recognize them. Let me start by recognizing the presence of the Coordinating Minister of Health, ably represented by pharmacist Wusilat Abdulhamid Malik, representing the Coordinating Minister of Health and Social Welfare. I also like to recognize the presence of the Senator of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Rufus Hanga, ably represented by the SA, Ojan O. Ndoma. I also like to recognize the presence of the reappointed chairman of the NDLEA, ably represented by Wenga Owonudwi. I would also like to recognize the presence of a member of the Technical Working Group, Dr. Michael Onya. I'd like to recognize the presence of the United Nations Office on Drug and Crime, Dr. Akanim Domo Ibanga. I like to recognize the presence of, we normally call her Mama G. And she just came in quietly and took a seat. I like to recognize the presence of the Global Fund principal recipient, Institute of Human Virology, ably and bodily represented by Mama G, Comfort Ochibo. Well, he will soon come up, so I just kept quiet. I like to recognize the presence of Dr. Gabriel Undelekwo, UNAIDS. I also like to recognize the presence of Dr. Lawrence Idemudia. Dr. Lawrence Idemudia. That's the Director, Social Integration, representing Executive Secretary, National Commission for Persons with Disability. We'll be having our goodwill messages, and I would like to invite Comfort Ochibo for our goodwill message. Please, let's clap.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. I would like to say good morning to the directors that are here, representatives of NDLEA, Prime Minister of Health, UNODC, the UN Joint Family, all participants that are here. I want to thank you for this opportunity that I've been given to bring in this goodwill message on behalf of the Institute of Human Virology Nigeria. The Institute of Human Virology Nigeria is honored to join partners, stakeholders, and most importantly, the young people at this year's We Are the People's Conference. The theme Young People, Excellence, and Inclusivity resonates deeply with your commitment to building a healthier, safer, and more equitable Nigeria. At IHVN, we recognize that young people are at the heart of Nigeria's progress. Their energy, creativity, and resilience continue to inspire innovation across our public health programs. As we strive towards excellence and inclusivity, we remain committed to ensuring that no population is left behind, especially those most vulnerable to HIV, hepatitis, and other health challenges. IHVN has been a strong partner in advancing harm reduction interventions in Nigeria, taking the pilot implementation currently going on for MAT, the needle and syringe program going on at 10 states in Nigeria currently. Through evidence-based programming, community-led approaches, and strategic collaborations with government and civil society, we have supported services that reduce HIV transmission, expand access to prevention tools, and improve well-being of people who use drugs and other key population. Our work promotes dignity, reduces stigma, and ensures that individuals can access care in a safe and non-judgmental environment. As this conference convenes voices from all the country, we are reminded that meaningful progress is only possible when young people are empowered, respected, and allowed to take the lead. We encourage continued investment in inclusive healthcare systems, youth-driven solutions, and equitable processes that protect the rights and the health of communities. It is good for us to understand that so much is happening in the country now, but the voices of the young needs to be carried along. I really want to appreciate working together with Youth Rise Nigeria and all other partners in following the precepts and ensuring that peer-driven approaches are being applied to harm reduction interventions. On behalf of Dr. Patrick Dakum, our CEO, we congratulate the organizers and participants of this convention. We are the People's Conference. We reaffirm our commitment to partnership and to sustain impactful harm reduction interventions that contribute to a healthier, more inclusive Nigeria. We wish you all a fulfilled liberation. Thank you very much.
Just a great morning to everyone, to all the dignitaries present, to Youth Rise and the consortium for this organization. I stand here to represent the country rep, Sheikh Usman Toure. He would have wished to be here. When you mention young people or women, he wants to be physically present. So I send his regards and his congratulations to the consortium. As UNODC, it's a great honor for us to be here as on this second day of We Are the People conference. And for the consortium, it's a great stride for creating this platform that allows us to bring this discourse to the fore. The theme, young people, excellence, and inclusivity. You see how this English is tying my tongues? Inclusivity, right? It's a theme that strongly resonates with UNODC's commitment and to ensure that the drug response is grounded in human rights, is grounded in public health, and is grounded in evidence. And that no individual, regardless of age, regardless of gender, regardless of disability, is left behind. It also has us not only to acknowledge the challenges that young people face, but to center their voices, their lived experiences, and leadership in finding solutions. Today's session on advocacy for harm reduction and funding sustainability in Nigeria is both timely and essential. If you check across the world, especially in Nigeria, we continue to confront the realities of drug use. And when we speak about drug use, the vulnerabilities and the risk, we're not just talking about statistics. We're talking about people with hopes, people with potentials, people with desires, and communities that are striving for safety, communities that are striving for security. We're talking about systems that must evolve to reflect effective evidence-based dignity and respect in their response. So today's conversation comes at a time when young people in Nigeria navigate complex realities. And I'm sure if I ask you, many of you know young people that are socially excluded. Many of you know young people that are unemployed. Many of you know young people that are struggling with insecurity, with unemployment, with displacement, with stigma. All of this intersects with the health outcomes and exposure to substance abuse and vulnerability to harm. So that's why UNODC strongly advocates for an integrated, compassionate, and evidence-based approach. Harm reduction is not controversial. Harm reduction is practical, is evidence-based, it's right-affirming. And this, in many countries, has saved lives. It's reduced HIV and hepatitis infection. It's prevented overdose, and it ensures that people who use drugs are connected to health and social services rather than pushed into the shadows. In Nigeria, we have seen progress. I think the national survey underscored three things. It underscored the urgent need for a health-centered response. We cannot address drug use through punishment, and I think this is what you covered at large yesterday. We must address it through support, through treatment, through prevention, and through the protection of rights. And young people, which is the largest demography in Nigeria, they also are disproportionately exposed to the risk associated with drug use, to unemployment, to stigma, to limited access to services. For young people with disabilities, these risks are even more pronounced. We are truly committed to excellence and inclusivity. Then harm reduction services must be accessible. They must be non-discriminatory. They must be friendly. They must be disability inclusive, and they must be rooted in the community and human rights. But in all of this, we must come to a place where we have better policies in place, where we are providing direct services, where we're supporting gender-responsive interventions, and we're defending human rights. But to do this, it must be sustainable, it must be consistent, and it must have predictable funding. Nigeria to date has demonstrated strong commitment. I think the Ministry of Health will provide details in terms of what they have done and are doing in this space. So we find commitment in the country in terms of the government's response, in policy and strategy, and taking significant steps towards aligning response to best global practices. But implementation requires resources. And global funding streams that are dedicated to harm reduction has historically been limited. And if you have been following the trends, it's shrinking. So we must turn to domestic financing and find ways in which we can sustain the efforts that we have so far. We must move from project-based response to system-level investments that are integrated in our national health and protection budgets. So what does sustainable financing mean? It means investing in prevention and treatment at the primary healthcare level. It means strengthening referral pathways between health, social welfare, and the justice sector. It means supporting community-led initiatives that reach young people where they are. It means ensuring that interventions for young people and persons with disability are not optional add-ons, but they're essential components. And we must align harm reduction financing with the broader public health commitments, including HIV and hepatitis and mental health programs. UNODC remains committed to support Nigeria in mobilizing evidence, in building capacity, in strengthening systems, and rights-based sustainable solutions. In moving forward, as we gather, let us remember that harm reduction is ultimately about people. People with hopes, people with talents, people with potential, people who deserve compassion rather than judgment, and people whose lives matter. Let us continue to advocate. Let's advocate strongly. Let's advocate loudly. Let's advocate persistently for policies that protect rather than punish, for programs that empower rather than exclude, and for investments that are driven by evidence and not by fear. To all the young people in this room, your voice is powerful, your experience is valid, and your leadership in this realm is indispensable. And the world needs your courage and your creativity to drive change. To our partners in this room, we will continue to work together to ensure that harm reduction is understood, it's accepted, and sustainable funding is gained as part of Nigeria's broader commitment to public health and human rights. Thank you, and I wish all of you a productive deliberation today.
Good morning, all. I bring you a greeting from the Chairman, Chief Executive Officer, Brigadier General Muhammad Buba Marwa, retired, and by extension, my Director, Counseling, Treatment, and Rehabilitation. Today, we are here to celebrate the youth, the young people, and I want to assure us that the agency is with us in all our doing. I want us to know that the agency recognizes the struggling or those who struggle with drug use among us, and we are ever ready to support them. Yes, we are going to be having a panel discussion later. I didn't really prepare for any goodwill messages, but I just bring us greetings from the Chairman, Chief Executive, and I wish us a fruitful deliberation. Thank you.
You know, let's clap for NDLEA, please. It's not tenable that we are going to talk about a health-related thing in the presence of Ministry of Health, and we will not have a goodwill message from the Ministry of Health. I know they will say, hey, we've done yesterday, but today is your day. So please let's welcome the representative of the Coordinating Minister of Health and Social Welfare, Pharmacist Wosilat Abdul Hamid Malik, for the goodwill message.
So good morning all. Good morning, the representative of NDLEA, representative of the Senate Committee on Health, representative of the UNODC, our ably founder of the Youth Rise, our partners, IGBN, and other partners here present, and our youth. Good morning once again. Though we have made our goodwill message yesterday, but they said we should do another one today. So I think it's just for me to say we are happy on behalf of the Coordinating Minister of Health. We are happy that this conference is holding. We are people. It's a great message to us as Nigerians to know that irrespective of our status, of our conditions, we need to be recognized as one, as people that have potential, that have what it takes to make Nigeria a great nation. I'm not taking too much of our time. A lot has been said. Today, we'll be looking at more of discussion around harm reduction. How do we as a country, what have we done so far in the first place, and how are we going to sustain these efforts? So for me, I see it as a collective responsibility of both the government, our partners, and the youth to join hands and see how this happens. It is not all about the finance, but what are the other enablers that helps to ensure that harm reduction is improved upon, and also the area of prevention is strengthened. Because where there is prevention, even the issue of what brought about harm reduction will be reduced to the barest minimum. So on this note, I want to welcome us once again, and I wish us a very fruitful deliberation. Thank you.
Another round of applause for Federal Ministry of Health. You can agree with me that the goodwill message was in place. Let's clap for them again. Okay, we'll be going on for the opening speech, but before I do that, while recognizing I omitted some people, I'd like to go back and really recognize them. I'd like to recognize the founding executive director of Youth Rise Nigeria, Dr. Adeolu Adebiyi. I also like to recognize the executive director of Youth Rise Nigeria, Fisayo Alao Amiola. Okay, we'll be taking the opening speech, and it's a privilege for me to invite the representative of the Honorable Senator of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Udoma Ojani, for the opening speech.
Thank you very much for this opportunity. The founder of Youth Rise Nigeria, all the speakers from organizations here present, and the participants. I stand here on behalf of his distinguished senator, Senator Rufai Hanga, FCNI, FIMC, on why there is a need for a change in the response to drugs in Nigeria. Drug abuse in Nigeria is a significant and growing public health, a national security concern, with approximately 14.4% of Nigerians aged 15 to 64 years, around 14.3 million people involved in substance abuse, a rate more than double the global average. drug use is widespread, with a high prevalence among youth, students, and commercial drivers. While abuse is generally high among men, the non-medical use of prescription opioids and cough syrups is nearly comparable between genders. The most abused substances include cannabis, prescription opioids, tramadol and codeine, cough syrups, and to a lesser extent, cocaine, heroin, and amphetamines. A combination of factors contributes to this crisis. Socioeconomic issues like poverty, high unemployment rates, and frustration drive individuals to use drugs as an escape or to enhance physical performance for work. Social and family factors, peer pressure like lack of parental guidance, family problems such as broken homes and child abandonment, and the influence of social media are significant contributors. Accessibility. Drugs are easily accessible from pharmacies, patent medicine shops, and drug hawkers, often without a prescription. Lack of awareness. Many people, including youth, demonstrate poor knowledge of risk associated with drug use. However, the effects are devastating, including physical and mental health problems. For example, mental disorders, organ damage, HIV/AIDS risks from injection, poor academic performance, family disruption, and increased crime rates, including armed robbery and kidnapping, which we face on a daily basis today. The way forward. The way forward requires a multifaceted, coordinated long-term approach involving government, communities, families, civil society organizations, and healthcare systems, focusing heavily on prevention, treatment, and addressing underlying socioeconomic issues. Thus, the need for a change in the response to drugs in Nigeria. Prevention and education. Evidence-based programs. Implement evidence-based prevention interventions in schools, workplaces, and community that focus on identifying and addressing risk factors rather than solely relying on scare tactics. Family and community involvement. Encourage greater parental involvement and a return to strong family and cultural norms to provide a protective environment for youth. Community-based awareness campaigns should be sustained through various media and religious centers. Counseling services. Resuscitate and enhance counseling units in educational institutions to provide drug counseling, referral for complex cases, and follow-up services. Treatment and rehabilitation. Expand services. Increase the number of accessible and affordable treatment and rehabilitation centers across the country, moving away from a punishment-oriented approach to one focused on public health / rehabilitation. Integrated healthcare. Provide integrated health services that address not only substance abuse, but also related issues like HIV, tuberculosis, and mental health conditions. Policy and law enforcement. Strengthen regulatory agencies. Increase funding and technical capacity for agencies like the NDLEA, National Drug Law Enforcement Agency, and NAFDAC, National Agency for Food and Drug Administration and Control, to improve enforcement and surveillance at borders and in local communities. Review legislation. Review existing laws to ensure they are effective, potentially adopting models that redirect individuals with small quantity drug offenses to treatment programs rather than the justice system. As proposed in my bill to the National Assembly, a bill to establish the National Institute for Drug Awareness and Rehabilitation, NIDA, to coordinate efforts in promoting drug awareness, preventing substance abuse, and facilitating rehabilitation of drug users. National Drug Control Master Plan, NDCMP. Continue the implementation of the National Drug Control Master Plan 2021 to 2025, which provides a national blueprint for coordinating action against drug trafficking and abuse. Addressing root causes. Socioeconomic development. The government must address underlying issues such as poverty and unemployment by providing job opportunities for youth to reduce the frustration and idleness that can lead to drug abuse. Data and research. Invest in research and central data capturing system to monitor the progress of interventions and ensure that all policies are evidence-based and dynamic enough to adapt the evolving drug landscape. In conclusion, there should be a significant shift towards a more public health and rehabilitative justice model, moving beyond solely punitive measures to address the root causes and consequences of drug abuse in Nigeria. By addressing the root causes and implementing these comprehensive strategies, Nigeria can begin to effectively combat the drug abuse epidemic and protect the future of its citizens. On behalf of his distinguished senator, I want to thank all of you for listening. Thank you, and God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
Thank you very much, sir. Please, can we celebrate him once again for those thought-provoking and insightful words? When we say we are people, you say young people, excellence, and inclusivity. We are people. I don't believe it. When you say it with conviction. It's a call to action. We are people. Thank you very much. Please put your hands together for yourselves. As we move along with today's program, we'll be moving to the next item on the agenda. Please join me with a warm round of applause as we welcome to the podium Boluwatife Owoyemi for the spoken word. Please, can we make it warm? If we keep clapping, she'll get here much faster. Let's keep the applause going.
Good morning, everybody. So I'm just here to be a mouthpiece. This was a piece written by a participant yesterday. I'd like to say she was intrigued, she was inspired, and so that led to the formation of the spoken word. However, she's shy, so I'm the face. See my face, but think of her. And okay, so here we go. We are people. We breathe, we break, we heal like you. Not just numbers on charts, but hearts that beat with hope and pain too. We are people. Maybe help me out, okay? We are people with dreams that rise despite the odds, with voices that echo through silence, and spirits that refuse to be lost. We are people, mothers, fathers, children, friends, with stories layered deep beneath the skin, longing for justice that never bend. We are people. Our movement is rooted in purpose, driven by impact and held by unity, standing together, sound by humanity. We are people, just people, but we are everyday people, and we matter. Thank you very much to Adu Basil for this beautiful write-up. God bless you.
From UNODC repeatedly, compassion. We are people, highlighting compassion and the human rights-based approach to it. We'll now proceed with the next item on the agenda. We're still on session 4 of today's program. That is the skill and advocacy building of drug policy, harm reduction, and sustainable financing. Right now, we would like to invite for an expert presentation. I would love for us, if your hands are not too busy, to join me with a warm round of applause as we welcome to the podium, representing the Federal Ministry of Health and Social Welfare and the National Technical Working Group, Dr. Michael Onya. For the expert presentation, please let's make the applause loud.
Thank you. Signed on the existing protocol. Slide, please. Okay. I will be presenting overview of harm reduction program in Nigeria and the impact of local funding gap. Next slide. We use the following outline: introduction, who are PWITs, then drug use spectrum, no. Drug use spectrum. From there, we'll move to understanding substance use disorder, then go to pathogenesis of substance use disorder. Then from there, we'd like to know the definition of PWIT and understanding of harm reduction. Then impact of harm reduction, using Ukraine and Philippines as an example. Then burden of drug use by type in Nigeria, situational analysis of drug use in Nigeria, and impact of local funding gap. Next slide. So by way of definition, harm reduction is a set of policy, program, or intervention targeted to reduce this adverse social, economic, and health consequence of drug while drug is still being used. So the pillars of definition of policy, program, and intervention, that's the key word there. That policy, we have the Honorary Minister of Health and National Council of Health. Then we have policy dialogue with law enforcement agents like NDLA, Nigerian Police Force. Then we have guidelines, policy and guidelines, some of them NSP and medication-assisted treatment guidelines. So that will inform the programs under harm reduction. One of the needles program, NSP. Then opioid substitution therapy, always as medication-assisted treatment. The community distribution on landlocked zone is to prevent overdose. Then pre-exposure prophylaxis, condom and viral hepatitis B and C, tuberculosis vaccine, tests, and so various intervention under harm reduction are awareness creation and sensitization, use of needle syringe and paraphernalia, then hepatitis B testing, antiretroviral testing, the hepatitis prevention, screening, and treatment, STI diagnosis and treatment, TB prevention and treatment. Next slide. Next slide. So in the beginning, Nigeria made commitment along other member states to provide comprehensive harm reduction intervention for people who inject drugs. That was 2016 World Health Assembly. So they have made commitment to provide these comprehensive packages to people who inject drugs. Methadone programs, also known as medication assisted treatment in Nigeria. The needle syringe program, naloxone, community different on naloxone, HIV testing, services, antiretroviral hepatitis B vaccination and case management, tuberculosis detection and treatment, STI management, condom management, information, education, and communication. These are comprehensive package of harm reduction. So all these are geared towards achieving the sustainable development goal. 3, that means to combat and halt epidemics of HIV and TB and hepatitis. Next slide. So this is a comprehensive package of harm reduction. The health sector intervention, needle syringe program, opioid, substitution therapy, and antiretroviral therapy. So these three provided in combination at a high coverage level reduce new infection by about 50%. Then others are, as already mentioned, HIV testing and counseling, prevention of treatment of STI, condom provision, pre-exposure prophylaxis, targeted information, education, and communication, prevention, diagnosis, treatment, and vaccination against viral hepatitis, then prevention, diagnosis, and treatment of tuberculosis, provision of naloxone, and training on overdose prevention for PIWID community. But there are critical enablers that enable us to achieve this, such as supportive legislation and policy, addressing stigma and discrimination, very important, because that's one of the major problems we have in the community. The community empowerment, addressing violence against, addressing violence against PIWID, accessible, available, and effective services for PIWID. All these are enablers that help us to achieve this component so that our PIWID can. Next slide. Then, substance use disorder is a chronic and complex, often relapsing medical condition. A chronic and complex, often relapsing medical condition. We should expect it, like every other chronic medical condition, after treatment, to have a degree of relapse. So about 376,000 people in Nigeria are having substance use disorder. 80% of them inject drug, actually. So after treatment, we're expected that about 40 to 60% will relapse. Will relapse. Then, like other chronic diseases, like diabetes, hypertension, and asthma, after treatment, some will have relapse. Relapse in asthma is up to 50 to 70%. And even something like in cancer management too, when you manage a cancer patient that will seem better, stage 4 cancer, in a matter of weeks, we saw the patient coming down back to full-blown clinical stage where we started. So relapse is common with chronic medical condition. Next slide. So the burden of drug use by type in Nigeria, about cannabis, opioid, and cough syrup is the most commonly abused drugs. Cannabis is about 10.6 million, while opioid is 4.6, and cough syrup, codeine-containing cough syrup, about 2.4 million. However, cocaine is about the least abused, maybe because of the cost, about 92,000. Next slide. So let's go some statistics. Treatment of substance use disorder is indicated in about 40% of high-risk users. So access to treatment reported as difficult by most users, citing stigma and cost of treatment as the primary barriers. Of course, drug treatment are not cheap. They're very capital intensive. States like Yobe, Imo, Ibaise, and River, Lagos were ranked as states where it is more difficult to access treatment. About 25% of high-risk drug users have been arrested for one drug-related offense or the other. Majority have been arrested for possession of drug, because craving for the medication, for the substance. So we found out having possession of this substances. So other are arrested for theft, 12%, sex work 5%, burglary 4%, shopliftings. Next slide. So when you look at these, show the estimate of the prevalence of drug use in Nigeria, where we look at men and women, compare the data of men to women. Of course, it's higher in men. Women are higher to 1.18%. That is 10,850,000 to women, female of 3,430, 3,430,000. That is, if you look generally at this data, the prevalence is more in men than in women. There are about 14.4 million Nigerians use drug. Also, you can get from this table that the most abused drugs are cannabis, cough syrup, and opioid. Then, about the peweed is about 61,000. So this give an idea at the bird's eye view of what is happening statistically. Next slide. Next slide. So this situational analysis is still the same prevalence according to the geoflocal zone. It's more in the southwest and south with 22.4%. That's about 4,382,000 in southwest and 2,124,000 in south. This may be because there is cultivation of cannabis, one of the most abused drugs, and the cultivation is more in this area because it's implanted in this uneasy to get area of the in that zone. Next slide. So the same thing I just explained. Next slide. So this is the grand of somebody that is injecting drug. He has torn his tourniquet and so drug use spectrum. This is a spectrum of people that use drug from beneficial use to chronic dependence. Beneficial use when you have a possible health and social impact. For example, using coffee to stay alert, or moderate consumption of red wine for specific health condition. They say that 1% of alcohol is good for the heart. So to casual or non-problematic use, like people, so occasional drinker, people that drink when there is in celebration. Some people just use drug when they are in celebratory mood. Then now moving to the other side of problematic use. They just have to have a negative consequence for individual, friends, and family. It now becomes a problem. So, such as impaired driving, excessive alcohol consumption, and sharing of needed. These are dangerous practices. Then to chronic dependence, one thing has become habitual and compulsive despite negative health and social impact. So if we go to the bunk, some people that inject drug, about to inject drug, they will have a big ulcer that leads to amputation of the hand. They will leave the side to another side. That side will be amputated. They can even go to the penis to inject drug. I've seen a patient that, a user that injects drug using jugular vein, that they drain about a liter of pus from the thoracic cavity. Next slide. So, drug dependence is not the result of lack of willpower or moral weakness, but dependence has a biological, sociological, and psychological component. So it's not easy. It's not that it's a moral decadence that some of them are caught in this way. Actually, some of these people are caught in the web of drug because of chronic diseases like cancer. People that use strong opioid for pain relief. So eventually, I find sickle cell patients, cancer patients, people they find themselves caught in this web even after their pain management. Next slide. So, drug addiction is psychological dependence leading to craving, impaired control over drug use, and compulsive use to get psychic effect. People know the compulsive use to get psychic effect despite harm. So, as I earlier explained, some of our brothers that inject drugs, especially, despite the harm they still compelled by their medical condition. Actually, it's a medical condition to continue to use despite the harm. So, behaviors associated with addiction are compulsive drug seeking. They do everything to get this substance into their system so that they can have that desired psychic effect. Unauthorized use and dose escalation. Of course, when you are escalating dose excessively, it's already unauthorized. And of course, to use some illicit substances. Then just use despite harm to self or others. As I earlier explained, after going through amputation, they should find another site to continue to inject themselves and do more harm. Next slide. So, what's the definition of people who inject drugs? It refers to people who inject psychotropic substance for non-medical purposes. This drug includes, but are not limited to, opioid, amphetamine-type stimulant, cocaine, hypnotic sedative, and hallucinogen. Where caveat is some other people inject drugs, self-inject drugs for medicine and medical purposes. Like somebody that's having the routine insulin for diabetes, psychotropic sometimes such as steroid or other hormone for body shaping. They are not in this category. Next slide. So this is using impact of harm reduction in two countries, Ukraine and Philippines. So in Ukraine, as the harm reduction services increases, access, the rate of HIV also decreases. While in Philippines, as they decrease access to harm reduction, you have the HIV SOAS from 0.1 to 1.6%. Next slide. So, pre-rollout outlook. One is reduction in prevalence of drug use. That's the goal before the rollout of harm reduction. Expanding HIV prevention services. We would like to reduction of other health and socio-economic consequences of drug use. Next slide. Reduction in prevalence of hepatitis, HIV, hepatitis B, TB, hepatitis, TB, STI among people who inject drugs. Then creating of enabling environment for harm reduction program. Then policy dialogue. That is building a stakeholder consensus on harm reduction implementation program. Establish a governance and implementation architecture for harm reduction with an enabling policy environment. Then the National Technical Working Group. Identify and advocate for removal of barriers for implementation of. So services available for people in Nigeria. These are a list of services. There are 10 of them. All of them are always, 7 of them are always have been there before, but the 3 that are new, relatively new, are NSP, the new screening program, community distribution on analog zone, and medicated assisted treatment. For NSP, it's now in 10 states that are having NSPs in Nigeria. Where we exchange sterile needle, where we give the users a sterile needle to avoid the transmission of bloodborne infection like HIV, hepatitis, and then medical assisted treatment therapy was inaugurated this year by March by the chairman of Technical Group, Dr. Salahuddin Olawale MNI, Jimo Olawale. And since we have started pilot in Gombe State, having about 191 enrollees currently in math. So we can confidently say that Nigeria has implemented all the components of harm reduction. There are 3 countries in Africa that have done that, Kenya and maybe a few other countries. So recently we've just embarked on expanding the program to 7 states. And hopefully by January, we'll commence math in this list. And during our state entry, we make sure that the KP secretariat is a part of the people that we interface with. So they are the major people that determine where this program will be cited, because they are the uptaker of the program. So at the part of the people we meet during the state entry. Next slide. So these are some of the jet paraphernalia. Clean acetylene needle, clean syringe, sterile ampoule, tourniquet, cooker filter, alcohol wipe, cotton wool, and disposable box. Next slide. So, impact of local funding gap. So this local funding, the gaps have already impacted on service deliveries, supply chain, information management system, and human resources. Next slide. So, for actually services, the peer educators who are full-time employees of US government are seriously affected because their wages are no more paid. Then there's this stop work order from the United States government have affected a lot of activities in the site. All these KP intervention, most of them have already, especially in PEFA states, have already affected greatly. Next slide. Then supply chain, of course, stock at hand, because of when they are deploying on stock at hand, you find out that there is no fund for replacement, like our needle syringe program in the PEFA state. There's no replenishment, and the people are not getting this of these commodities, and that is one of the major way of interfacing with them. Even if it's affecting even the proposed math program, because without this interface, we can't get the people that will take up these drugs, that methadone and buprenorphine. So they have really affected harm reduction. Next slide. The human resources. The ART clinician mentor program, PMTC mentor models, the clinician, there is a very low clinician and laboratory that are in payroll of the United States government are greatly affected too. So most of them are off work, and their services are now being affected. Next slide. So these are a list of U.S. government supported states, that many of PEFA states, Abia, Oyo, Gombe, Cross River, Akwa Ibom, and Rivers. These are where the most of this was affected. This pronouncement of Donald Trump. Then GF State and Anambra, Ebonyi, Kwara, and Gombe. Well, there's not much affectation in this state. So the adverse effect of this gap is increased mobility, relapse, mortality, increased mortality, stockouts of commodities, and return of to China of used needle, then resurgence of bloodborne infection like HIV. Yeah. Next slide. Then the risk management and mitigation. Assisted withdrawal management, well, you can use lofexidine and clonidine. Overdose management, you use a community zone distribution. And lapse prevention, we are taking home of buprenorphine and psychosocial support. And stock outpile commodities, that is failure to supply requisition, and communities sent by government should come in and take ownership of the program. Thank you.
Nigeria, that is Nigeria, Nigeria, Nigeria at youthrise.org. Sending your questions about this presentation right now to Nigeria at youthrise.org. We'll move straight to the panel for this session, and all our panelists are here seated. Please, with no further ado, join me as we welcome our panelists to the podium. Please make it warm. The conversation today is no going back. Sustainability of harm reduction financing in Nigeria. And of course, we begin by inviting the Deputy Director, Narcotics and Drug Abuse Division, Federal Ministry of Health and Social Welfare, in person of pharmacist Wasilat Ozohu Malik. Please, can we welcome her to the podium? Following her, we invite the Chief Superintendent of Narcotics and the Assistant Director, Rehab and Recovery, NDLEA, Mr. Gbenga Owonubi. Are we clapping? Please join me with a resounding round of applause as we invite the Executive Director, Youth Rise Nigeria, Fisayo Alao Amiola, to the podium. We'll also be inviting the representative, West Africa Drug Policy Network, in person of pharmacist Nonso Maduka. You know him, I know him. Please welcome him to the podium. We would like to invite also a health finance expert, Mr. Uge Marshall, to join us on the podium. Please, let's keep clapping. You're welcome, sir. And of course, we have somebody who will be joining us virtually, Dr. Joseph Ashifo. He is the Technical Director, Global Fund Nigeria. He is the TB HIV Project, Society for Family Health. He will be joining this panel virtually. Right now, join me as we welcome the moderator of this panel in person of Gabriel Undelikwo, representing UNAIDS. I'll be handing over the microphone to him while he does a stellar job. As you can see, we have a very sound panel today. They're going to be doing justice to the topic, No Going Back. Sustainability of harm reduction financing in Nigeria. Can we welcome them once again with a round of applause? Over to you, sir.
Thank you so much. I thought we said no going back, so we agree. Okay, can you join me to say no going back? No going back. So no going back presupposes that we have taken some step forward and we have seen the light. And having seen the light, we are taking a collective decision as young people and as participants in this conference to say we are not going back. We have listened to our dear friend and colleague, Dr. Onya, make a very, very powerful presentation on harm reduction in Nigeria. That presentation presupposes that we have some shared priorities and shared values, one of which is that we are not going back as far as harm reduction is concerned. You might not realize it, but I've been around a long while to know that coming to the point where we are today took quite a lot of efforts, sacrifices, and energies on the part of so many people. And it is in tribute and appreciation of all of those efforts, all of those sacrifices that we are saying we are not going back. And I just want to sincerely appreciate all who have made it possible for us to come to this point in time where we realize that harm reduction is not just a public health intervention, it it is also an imperative that addresses our human rights, addresses our social needs and dignity as a people. And so coming to that realization is the fact that if we must achieve a sustainability in terms of harm reduction, it goes far beyond intentions. It presupposes that we need to intensify those components that we have done so well, one of which is creating a legal and policy environment for harm reduction implementation. Another component is ensuring that we have a high level of partnership and collaboration among all of us to achieve it. And of course, importantly, to have some level of domestic resources and financing. But importantly, to have some community empowerment, engagement, and of course, country ownership. Those components really ensure that harm reduction is sustainable, harm reduction intervention programs are sustainable in Nigeria. And see those various components, you see the role that government has to play. You see the role that the various agencies of government have to play. You see the role that partners have to play. You see the role that communities and civil societies have to play. And it's for that reason that I really want to commend the composition of our panelists. You have here government, represented by the Federal Ministry of Health and NDLE. We also have our civil society colleagues. We have our partners also here. And so we're going to listen to them to tell us the extent to which we can go to ensure that we have sustainability of our harm reduction programs in Nigeria. Okay, thank you. And so we really want to appreciate the composition of the panelists and to say that we look forward to a very robust, insightful conversation to ensure that we hear your perspective, speaking not just from the point of view of where you work, but also speaking from your heart. Speaking for your heart because you are speaking for Nigerians. We are speaking to the fact that we are having a program that as much as possible is not just for today, it's for the future of our young people. But before we proceed, there is a human component video I want us to watch for just some 3 minutes. And I will just encourage us to just play it, bring it up. That will really set the tune for this conversation. Can you bring that video up, please? While we are waiting for that video to come up, I just really want to appreciate the fact that we have a gender-balanced panelist. Our dear friend Ashifot is joining us, but you can see that we have a mix of both male and female here. For those of you who look at things from the gender lens, I just want to say that, yes, we have that composition. But when you have 4 men against 2 ladies, do you also say that there's gender equality? But we have equity. It's gender equity because the ladies are here are very powerful ladies. We have Executive Director of Youth Rise, Fisayo. We are so happy to have you. And our dear friend, pharmacist, we're so grateful that you are here. We are still waiting for the video. Can you just bring it up, please? For this panel conversation, just to set the tune, that you are going to have 5 minutes each, the first round. And after that 5 minutes, the second round, you will take 2 minutes to wrap up. And then after that 2 minutes, if we have some time, we will refer to our audience for very critical components and intervention to show that we are really inclusive. We are talking about inclusivity, so we will not only listen to the panelists, we will have opportunity to also hear some feedback from you. If that video is not coming up, I'm just going to proceed because we thought we can hide that video. But if it's not coming up, we'll proceed. Please permit me to sit down. Am I permitted? Okay. Because I'm sitting by NDLE, I would like to start from you. Because you are very critical, you are very important. There is no way we can talk about harm reduction in Nigeria in terms of sustainability without hearing you speak. So you are going to set a tune for us. I hope there are microphones. Okay, we can pass this around. So in the course of your job, very critical as it is, you also look at the issue of differentiation between drug dealers and young people who use drugs. It's quite important that we have that differentiation because that will also impact on our harm reduction programming. Is it across your agency that we have this understanding that we must have this distinction between the two? And to what extent really do we ensure that drug dealers are actually subjected to the criminal justice system and drug users are actually assisted and helped, are not criminalized, are not persecuted as a concept within your agency? Probably you might also just add a little bit to us in terms of your perception, in terms of the avalanche of various laws in Nigeria that handle drug use, and the fact that despite these laws, we still have a high rate of drug use. Thank you so much. Over to you. Please, can we just put a hand together? I mean...
All right, thank you very much, sir. Once again, I bring us greeting from the Chairman Chief Executive of NDLA, Brigadier General Buba Marwa, retired. So, as it relates to your question, sir, as of today, I will be giving us the NDLA Act aspect of it, and at the same time, our current practice, while we await the amendment of the Act. So as it is today, drug use is a criminal offense according to the Act. If you look at Section 11D, with punishment. But I will not want to go into the punishment aspect. But because today the current leadership of the agency now see drug problem as a public health issue, we are now trying to change the narrative by accommodating those that are suffering from substance use disorder or those that are using drugs. And in that regard, that is why when we go out for operation, when we make arrest, you take for instance, you go to the bank and you make arrest, maybe like 10 people, you take them to the office, you carry out your investigation to determine who is a user among them and who is a dealer among them. And when you've done that, you now refer those that are user to treatment or counseling services for them to get help. And those that are dealing will now be prosecuted, and maybe after conviction will be sentenced. So today, as it stands, the agency recognizes drug users as a victim, not as a criminal. So we see them as people who need help, and we are equally providing the help they needed currently. But according to the act that governs the agency, which is still before the National Assembly for amendment, use of drug, whether dealing, use, trafficking, and all of that is still offense. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Just trying to emphasize that you are human-centered and you are human rights in terms of your approach. We really want to thank you for that. And we just feel that that should really cut across. Yes, the law is there. The law is meant for the people, but the people need to live. So thank you so much for adopting that approach.
Thank you, sir.
So we'll just quickly go to the Ministry of Health, ma. We all applaud the ministry for, after a long while, coming with the harm reduction program as a program in the ministry. So that gives us some level of assurance that if it's a program of the ministry, we are sure of it's being sustained. So I would just like to hear from you briefly, what has been the challenges so far? How has been the progress so far in having a harm reduction program in the Ministry of Health? And what is your insight or recommendation in terms of sustainable harm reduction program in Nigeria?
Okay, thank you very much, sir, for this beautiful question. The Federal Ministry of Health, like you said, have been championing the issue of harm reduction in collaboration with relevant partners. Based on the presentation that was done, a lot has been going on. The needle and syringe program is there, the HIV testing and screening, the antiviral treatment. Then we also have the naloxone distribution for opioid overdose management. and also the medication-assisted treatment that was recently, or we have just started the pilot, particularly in Gombe State. So I would say that the ministry is at the forefront in ensuring that the harm reduction sees the light of the day. Because we know that harm reduction is for the people of Nigeria, irrespective of the circumstance that led an individual being a victim that requires harm reduction intervention. There is need for a provision to ensure that that is being taken care of. So the ministry is at the forefront of this, of course, in collaboration with partners. We have a department in the ministry that is fully charged with this responsibility, and also other departments like the Department of Hospital Services and also the Department of Food and Drug. So in terms of structure, we have the structure that is there. However, of course, human resource is a challenge. That is one of the number one challenge we have. The staff strength there is few, and there is need for more people to be there. Then in terms of allocation of resources, though we have budget line allocated for harm reduction activities, however, release of fund has been the challenge. And it is not only peculiar to Ministry of Health, many other ministries, even our partners are also experiencing a fund constraint as we speak. But that is not to say that as Federal Ministry of Health, that is charged with the responsibility of ensuring the well-being of the Nigerian citizens, things will not be done. Currently, at the just concluded National Council on Health that was held within 17th to 21st of this month, November, it is one of the priorities and one of the resolutions of the National Council of Health to ensure that there's sustainability financing for the health sector. And it's one of the action-oriented decisions that was taken at that meeting is to ensure that there is expansion of the basic healthcare provision fund from 1% to 2%. Also, that there is need to encourage private sector participation so as to help in mobilizing funds to improve the healthcare services in the country. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Telling us the fact that it's quite embedded within the ministry, also having some budgetary allocation, even though releases is a challenge which is not peculiar to the ministry, and the fact that you're also thinking of expanding the basic health fund and utilizing the opportunity of public sector participation to ensure that we have some sustainable funding for harm reduction. Those are quite very laudable interventions that you have in place. Sincere appreciation to your colleagues and all of you in the Federal Ministry of Health for that. So thank you so much. We'll come to Youth Rise. Youth Rise, I'm so happy you are sitting by my right. Youth Rise, you have been part of the strong advocacy for harm reduction in Nigeria, drug use generally. And how has it been in terms of your experience in this regard? What are the key lessons you have learned, and what are your insights in terms of way forward?
Thank you very much, sir. For us at Youth Rise Nigeria, it's actually about the young people. It's about the community of people who use drugs. We see human beings, not just the figure. We see lives. So this has been what has have been pushing us. This has been what has been our inspiration, like to say that, okay, if we have these lives, everyone in amongst them deserve dignity, deserves respect, deserves human rights, deserves, a whole lot of good things. Let me just put it that way. And I would say that some of the key lessons we've learned from there is at the point where drug use conversation started, when Youth Rise Nigeria was bringing those conversations to the table, there was no seat for us at that table. So we had to bring our own chair to that seat to say that there are this group of people that we need to talk about, and they are often overlooked. And the HIV prevalence among this group of people is actually higher than the HIV prevalence among the general population in Nigeria. So, we had to bring the conversation on board. We had to put it in the agenda. Yes, we faced a whole lot of challenges such as resistance. It was mentioned yesterday. We faced resistance because issues of drugs are not just issues you want to talk about like that. When you say to someone, let's talk about drugs, they begin to look at you as if there is a whole form of, they're expecting you to look somehow, or why are we going to talk about drugs? But in the real sense, we have to talk about it. And I'm happy for how far Youth Rise Nigeria has come. It's one of the research that we did, which, it's the We Are People Unintended Consequences of Drug Use that was done, I think, in 2010 or 2014. And the recommendations from those, from the research, maiden research by Youth Rise Nigeria, actually has proposed treatment, harm reductions, and cost-friendly services for people who use drugs. So yes, those are what we've actually seen. Resistance, and then lessons we've also learned is that the peer approach has been very helpful. So the community of people who use drugs, we built their capacity. Youth Rise Nigeria was also able to set up the network of people who use drugs. So, and they were able to, right now, they are able to stand by themselves and advocate for themselves. And then at the point where harm reduction came in, Youth Rise Nigeria were also part of the key advocates that pushed for harm reduction in Nigeria. And I'm so glad that we are talking about this today. Now, we are not talking about having harm reduction anymore. We are now talking about the sustainability of harm reduction. And for that to happen, it means that harm reduction is already on the table. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Youth Rise. I remember a couple of years ago, sometimes it was almost, Adeolu was almost like a lone voice in the room when it comes to talking about drug use. And I also remember that we had to, UNH have to give Youth Rise a Red Ribbon Award, yes. And with a small grant to do a project. I oversaw it, all of it. And I think we really have Youth Rise.
Yes, thank you very much, sir.
So you've come a long way, but your efforts actually have paid off. Our dear friend, Dr. Joseph Ashiford, is joining us online. Is he on now? Joseph, are you there?
Good day, sir.
Great to have you, Joseph. I mean, we are really happy that you could join us despite your very crowded schedule, the fact that you cannot be here with us, but offer
to.
Great. So can you just quickly share with us your thoughts with regards to this misconception?
Am I audible?
Can you hear us? Joseph, can you hear
us? I can hear you, sir.
Great. So we want you to quickly share with us your thoughts on the misconception people have about harm reduction. Many people think that...
I have lost communication. I've lost audio. I can't hear you again.
Okay. Maybe we'll just come back to it. Let's work on those technical bit of it. Just stay on. Our colleagues will quickly fix that. So while we are doing that, I will just come to Nonso quickly, just speaking from the angle of the civil society and also sharing with us your wide range of experiences. What is, you see the role of the civil society organization in terms of harm reduction? To what extent is that being appreciated? To what extent is the input of the civil society being taken into consideration? What are the challenges you have as a civil society to be on the table and for your voice to be heard? And how do you really think the civil society can help in promoting harm reduction nationally? Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Gabriel.
I want to say that the work on harm reduction requires a lot. Yet we've started, but changing the perception of the Nigerian society is another huge work to do, to truly embrace a shift in the way we look at drugs. Before we even start pointing at the NDLEA Act, since 1935, we have always looked at drug matters from a criminal justice outlook. We had the Dangerous Drug Act. So it is a job that is before the civil society to really work on changing the view that people have with regards to drug abuse. Besides, and when we talk about network, it's still individual organizations that are civil societies that make up this network. WADPN have done 1 or 2 major programs, but if you say challenges, funding has always been the issue. And so far, I know that Youth Rise Nigeria have done a lot to support, both in building the capacity of the network and even supporting the drug summit that had sometime this year. So yet, there's a huge work to be done. So that you can understand how Nigeria looks at drugs. It's so bad that even in the healthcare professionals training, not much attention is paid on a public health approach to people with drug addiction. So the gap is huge. So that's the first thing. Then second issue of support. So the ED is here. So we will be more encouraged with further supports for a wider consultation. We have the religious people. We have we have professionals that we even oppose what you are doing. I mean health professionals. So the work of moving the perspective, shifting the perspective of the Nigerian society in totality to begin to see drug use as a public health issue is a major one, and the civil society network is working on it.
Thank you so much. Indeed, I had the privilege of being in Gombe with our colleagues, and we went to the Math Center. And part of my key learning from there was the level of engagement with key actors, particularly the faith community, in terms of messaging. And so when we talk about the civil society engagement and involvement, I think that is inclusive of the faith community, and given the level in which they can impact on us in terms of our beliefs, in terms of our ability to really follow their guidance. So really appreciate the work you're doing from the civil society space, but it needs to be intensified. The fact that Youth Rise can bring all of us together in a conference like this, of course, Youth Rise is from the civil society community. It's something that is quite commendable, but it's something that we need to intensify. So, I don't know, Joseph, are you back? Okay, maybe let's go to health financing. Sir, you've listened to the various conversations. We listened to the programmatics, we've listened to the interventions, but we are still saying that a large component of the resources we are having to do the programs are externally provided. They are donor-driven. And we are gradually coming to the angle of sustainability, and domestic financing and resourcing is a significant component of sustainability. So avail us your expert knowledge. What are those interventions and what are those pathways we can achieve domestic funding sustainability for harm reduction in Nigeria?
Thank you very much. Let me appreciate Youth Rise for this great opportunity. If I look at the word we are people, it tends to give me some level of comfort. I usually have struggles with the issue on drugs because of the criminality element attached to it. But the point made this morning is a pointer that we are moving in the right direction. Now, a victim will always be cared for, and a criminal will be prosecuted. So at the point that they've been seen from the angle of the NDLEA as victims shows that provisions will be made. Now, we have over-relied on foreign donors to sustain healthcare in Nigeria, not just in Nigeria alone, in Africa as a whole. The issue of healthcare financing has been a major menace. Now, what is it all about? The healthcare financing is all about generating resources, assembling those resources together and utilizing them for healthcare services. But how is it happening in Nigeria and Africa at large? The possibility of achieving the objective could be said to be the reason why the African Union came together in 2001 to have the Abuja Declaration, where it was decided that every African country provision for health should not be less than 15% of the national budget. As of today, just only 3 countries, Botswana, Cape Verde, and Rwanda, are the only 3 countries that have met the 15% mark and above, as reported by WHO in 2023. Nigeria, as of today, is still 5.7. Meanwhile, the meeting held in Abuja here. So the problem we are having is compliance with even agreed policies. Now, you can imagine if 15% of Nigerian budget is invested into health. I'm sure we may not have had the time to sit like this. So I think this is the time for us to actually engage the government. While we are looking at private sector-based driven approach, let's understand that the enabling environment is to be created by the government. If that enabling environment is not there, investors cannot come in to invest. The local manufacturers today cannot be found. I was joking with my daughter the other day, and I said to her, because she's studying pharmacy, and I said to her, please don't come out and become a drug seller. Because most of our pharmacies indirectly are retailers. Why? Because the government has not created an enabling environment for them to thrive and go into production. So if we must finance health in Nigeria, I think it's high time we begin to look into production of drugs and goods and services within the sector. The African richest man is a Nigerian. Just like Bill Gates is funding projects everywhere today, to what extent have we received such kind of services from the African richest man in the health sector in Nigeria? Now, we don't need to go far to sustain delivery in this country. No. We have all it takes. So if Youth Arise could take the challenge to engage the likes of Tony Elumelu, Jim Ovie, and the rest of them, let them invest into pharmaceuticals in this country. By doing that, first of all, it is expensive because most of the things we have in this country are imported. But if we produce locally, I'm sure they're going to be cheap. I will also want to use this opportunity to also draw our attention to the fact that there is a provision in the National Health Act that creates funds for vulnerable children or vulnerable people, which exactly is the category where we fall under. And then a special fund for the indigent. So the sincerity of purpose and political will is another thing that we also need to look at in order for us to be able to fund the health sector in this country without seeking funds from anywhere. I think I'll rest my case at this point in time.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for those insights you have provided in terms of how we can respond to funding challenges and also be sustainable in terms of our domestic resourcing. Looking inward, trying to ensure that we are able to comply with some of those declarations we have agreed to and also explore all other options available. Thank you so much for those insights. Joseph, please, you can come up now, but we will quickly like you to respond to the challenge we normally face when we are confronted with the fact that our harm reduction program we are implementing encourages drug use. So how do we respond to those kind of misconceptions that people have? But particularly from your experience being an expert in this area, what are those instances that you have seen life-changing occurrences where people who use drugs have actually gone through a harm reduction program and you see really that they are much better for it? Can you just share some insights to guide all of us here? Joseph, over to you, please.
All right, thank you so much. Please confirm that you can hear me.
Yes, we can.
Am I audible?
Yes. 10 over 10.
Am I audible enough, please?
Yes, you are.
Please confirm that I'm audible. All right, great. All right, thank you so much. So first of all, let me, on behalf of SFH, thank Youthrise and the conveners of this essential conference. You know, we are people. You know, it's very timely at such a time like this in our country. For us at SFH, we have been partnering with Youthrise for quite some time now, right from the pilot of the NSP and all through to when we commenced the implementation of the Needle Syringe program and the MASS program. A lot of lives have been touched. Now, for you to see the magnitude of the impacts that we have actually done, you have to look at the data first of all. If you look at, apologies, but I am looking a little bit unconventional. I'm actually at the airport, so I will take out this flight in the next 30 minutes. I'm coming back from Gombe to Abuja. So if you look at the data for Needle Syringe program that we implemented in between 2022, August specifically to December 2023, you see that we were able to distribute over 568,500 needles and syringes to almost 3,000 people who inject drugs. That is just within the January 1, 2024 from January 1, 2024 till date, till November 2025, we have been able to reach over 563 needle syringes that were distributed to about 2,500 people who inject drugs. Now, that's a whole lot of injections to distribute, right? So, yes, we had the kickbacks during the course of the program that, you are bringing needles and encouraging people to use needles. But then when stakeholders started seeing the outcome of this distribution, this intervention, that it led to people reducing the quantity of needles that they share on a daily basis. They reduce the quantity of needles they share. They reduce the type of needles they share. Before the implementation of the program, we carried out during the assessment, we realized that most of the needle syringes that have been shared are the 5 million needle syringes, right? And we came in with 2 million needles, with 1 million needle syringes to reduce the volume of the needles that is shared, and also as well as the size of the needles that is shared, the syringe needles. And that actually helps to change the mindset and to change the behavior of the people who inject drugs to move from large quantity of needles per time to large quantity of drugs in 5 ml syringes to 2 ml and 1 ml. Now that's the whole concept of harm reduction, because harm reduction meets the client at their point of need. So we've had testimony of clients that have reduced, they have confessed to reducing the volume of injections they inject every day and every week, and also to reducing the type of needles they share and the type of needles they use. And also, a lot of the clients that were in the box, we have been able to ensure that they reduce, and they actually reduce almost to the barest minimum the sharing of needles, because we have been able to provide education and awareness to them on the dangers of needle sharing. And also, we present data, we bring them together, we provide talks to them, show them some of the data. For instance, in our HIV program in the state, for instance, we have over 4,000 young persons between 10 to 24, about 4,200 young persons that are dealing with HIV right now on treatment. So we bring some of these data to especially the youths in the box, and likewise every single person in the box. Let them know the dangers of needle sharing, the hepatitis B and C and HIV risk that we give to them. And you see that they actually have the mindset change. In the general population, when we tested for hepatitis B and C, for instance, over a period of time, over a period of 1 year, we realized that the prevalence of hepatitis B and C reduced actually in Gombe State and Kwara State. That's really significant, in the general population. We also realized that the HIV prevalence that we've seen in terms of positivity rate has also reduced within this period, within this age category, especially within the 10 to 24 age range. So it's a significant progress. And then the MATS, the medication-assisted treatment, just before I round up, in the MATS program, Dr. Gabriel just talked about your visit to the MATS. We just talked about the visit to the MATS center. Yes, so at the MATS center, for instance, we have 65 young persons, less than 24 years, that are actually enrolled on MATS at the MATS center in Gombe State. Now, we find out that after having a focus group discussion and a one-on-one interview with these clients, we realize that quite a number of them who, before they commenced MATS, they were dependent on opioids, different opioids, pentazocine, codeine, tramadol, which are the major opioids that they were dependent on, heroin indeed. So they have been able to reduce their intake of it reduced and even stop. Some of them actually confessed to stopping. As a matter of fact, some of them told us that before they commenced, they were enrolled on methadone and buprenorphine at the MATS center. They were actually stealing. They were involved in different criminal vices. But right now, they have been able to stop that. Some of them now are able to save money. Before now, they were not able to save any money. For one young man, we have the documented videos. The one young man said that he was unable to provide money for his parents. He's about 22 years old. Now he can do that. He can save the money, the little jobs he's doing. He can now save the money and provide something small for his parents because he's not spending to buy pentazocine, which is around 1,500, 1,800 on a daily basis to inject. And then finally, Dr. Michael Omia mentioned about the people, the sickle cell, the people who live in sickle cell. We realized in the MATS center at Gombe, for instance, the harm reduction program, that a good number of our clients, more than 10 clients, right, are from people that are living with sickle cell. People, they have an association in Gombe State, right? So when we commenced the MATS program, one of them that was dependent on opioids for the management of pain, came and assessed MATS. She now went and brought 10 members of the organization. So we have 10 members that are dependent on opioids that are now assessing care at the MATS center. So the benefits and the testimony we are seeing from clients is massive, from the NSP program to the MATS program to the prevention of deaths that we've seen from usage of naloxone in the community is massive. And indeed, the entire harm reduction program, the HIV program, the ART program, the prevention program has really been significant impact so far in the lives of clients. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Joseph. Sincerely appreciate your insights and the experiences you have shared. I mean, if anybody is in doubt, having listened to you, I think those doubts must have been cleared. We have barely 5 minutes. I don't know if anybody from the audience have any questions for my panelists. I will take 5 minutes to take 2 or 3 questions. If not, let me know. Make up your mind. Let me know if you have any burning question or comment you want to raise. But I will ask my panelists to just think through your conclusions in terms of what you need to tell us. Use your mic.
There was a question by one of the doctors during yesterday's section, a question by a student lawyer that was asking about, I think, what I would do in terms of harm reduction and then the law enforcement.
Yeah, I was going to come back to you in terms of the legal framework and the efforts of the ministry, ensuring that we have some laws in place. That is going to be your conclusion from your side. But I was just going to ask my very active audience, great people. Yeah, you just move forward. I'm going to take maximum of 3. Just come forward. If you have any questions, comments, we'll just give you a mic. Yeah, we'll take your, but by the way, as you're preparing, please, panelists know that Nonso, you are going to give us your insight in terms of your recommendation from the civil society in terms of what we need to do to have a sustainable harm reduction. Youth Rights, you're also going to speak as a partner in terms of how do we sustain our collaboration and partnership to ensure that we have sustainable harm reduction. NDLA, please, just tell us, what is it that we are not doing right, that we need to do right? Particularly engagement with your colleagues at the state level and wherever in ensuring the sustainability of our programs. Man, you already get what I wanted to speak to. the laws and the legal framework, what the ministry is doing to ensure that we have those laws in place, in addition to responding to that question of yesterday. And our dear colleague, health finance. Yeah, your passing word in terms of achieving sustainable health financing. Yeah, those are just going to be what you will tell us within one minute. But let's hear the questions you have.
All right, thank you, sir. My name is Joseph Akuse, the Program Manager, Albinism Association of Nigeria. I may like to begin with an appreciation to Youth Rise for putting in this wonderful opportunity for us to learn. My question goes to the Drugs Enforcement Agency. So I have taken my time to actually go through some of the regulations of your agency. But to my dismay, I begin to wonder, what does the country really want? Because, or maybe for instance, you have arrested me as a drug user, and knowing fully well that I need rehabilitation. Maybe that is in your policy, but the actual fact we have on ground is not so. Drugs Enforcement Agency will arrest drug users, addicts, or whatsoever engagement at all. And what we know is that whether the fault is from us or is from your personnel, it ends with a relationship of give and take. I don't want to say corruption, but that is what normally happens. So for the offenders who are being taken to court or prosecuted whatsoever, it appears they have nothing to settle your men at the point of arrest.
Sorry, just ask a question because we are limited by time. Just ask the question.
All right. So the question is that at what level are offenders due for prosecution or rehabilitation? Because do we even have rehabilitation centers in Nigeria to curtail this menace, or they are pushed to the public hospitals? Thank you.
Okay, thanks. You will just respond when it comes to that. Any other comment or question from the audience? Okay, thank you so much. I mean, I'm quite pleased the fact that you listen attentively, you agree with all that my panelists said, and you have no further comments. Okay, yeah. Just quickly, just go straight to the questions. We have commended and appreciated Youth Rise enough, so you don't need to commend them any longer. They are well commended. Just ask a question or make your comment quickly. 30 seconds.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Edmond John Bosco Ekene. So I go straight to the point. We all know that it is not only the young civilians that uses drugs. Of course, there are young officers as well too, and elder officers, personnel who use drugs. So my question is, these rehabilitation centers, do they have a separate one for the personnel that use drugs, or do they push them and the civilian youngsters to the same rehabilitation centers? Thank you.
We are all civilians. We are all civilians. When it comes to drug use, we are all civilians. There is no distinction between trained officer or civilian when it comes to drug use. Anybody using drug use is using drug use. I hope I'm right. Okay. By the way, thanks so much for those feedback from the audience. So we'll just start from you, sir.
Thank you very much. So let me start with the last question, whether there's a separate rehab facility for officer and any other person that uses drug. No, there's no separate facility for officer. It's the same facility we use for the general public that we use for our officer who are suffering from substance use disorder. And just like the moderator said, there's no border when it comes to drug use. Whether you are an imam, you are a pastor, you are this or you are that, drug use can affect anybody. So, to the first question, whether we have enough facility to cater for those who suffer for SUD, my answer is no. It's grossly inadequate. For now, we have facility in about 30 states of the Federation, but those 30, if you put them together, how many people can they accommodate? Very few. So we have limited facility for those who suffer from substance use disorder? And at what point do you determine whether someone is a user or a dealer? So, just like I said, investigation will reveal your level of involvement when it comes to crime. We can get to the bunk, you arrest about 10 people, your investigation will be the one that will reveal that this is the dealer, these are the users, and you let the users go. Yes, I cannot deny the fact that at times maybe gift will change hand and all of that. But for us in headquarters, there's a little or nothing we can do to those in the command, except when report comes. That is when you investigate them and sanction them accordingly. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. So, as civilians, as members of the public, as civil society, we have a responsibility to provide feedback to those who are there offering service for us, if we want the society to be a better place. And on that note, I move to the Federal Minister of Health, ma'am.
Okay, so thank you very much, sir. So the first one I was trying to talk about is the issue of what's the relationship between the harm reduction intervention and then how do the law enforcement come in? Just to say, I don't know if the lady is still here, the person that asked that question yesterday, is to say that there's collaboration. Because we know that for harm reduction for it to be implemented successfully, there's need to create awareness, there's need to train the law enforcement so that they have an understanding of what the harm reduction program is all about. And because of that, the Federal Ministry of Health, in collaboration with our partners, we have been conducting training of the law enforcement agencies. Recently, about 2 months or 3 months ago, there was a training here in Abuja, and several trainings have been going on. There have been collaboration with the police headquarters. They are part of the technical working group. The paramilitaries, the militaries, they are all part of the technical working group on harm reduction. So I want to assure you that for that, there's a serious collaboration, and they have also they are already aware that there's something called harm reduction, and they are partnering to see that we succeed in that direction. Then on the issue of legal framework, yes, Federal Ministry of Health recently were invited for a public hearing on legal framework which is called the National Institute for Drug Awareness and Rehabilitation. So currently there is a bill at the National Assembly that is awaiting maybe another set of hearings. So there is engagement already ongoing to see that there is a legal framework for that, so that at the end of the day, we have something that can back us up for whatever intervention we are providing under harm reduction. Just to also add that as much as we are making effort to ensure that this harm reduction succeed, there is also need for serious investment on prevention. We should not rule out that, because as much as possible, particularly for the drug users, yes, it may not be their making to be drug users, but for the upcoming youth that have not been exposed to that, we want to say no to drugs. Let them not go there. Let's use our resources for other meaningful things, while we are also putting effort to treat those that are already involved and also empower them to reintegrate back to the society. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, thank you so much, particularly for bringing that component of prevention. I know in recent time there have been some state governments that have been raising the issue of drug use prevention, particularly in schools, and it's something that we need to support. I remember in those early years when we were making advocacy for harm reduction in Nigeria, that was part of the challenge we were having. Why are you not putting efforts in prevention? Why are you not putting efforts in prevention and all of that? But I agree completely with you that, of course, prevention is better than treatment, better than cure. It's less expensive, achieve greater goals. And so let's put that as part of our outcome from this conference, that we should intensify efforts at prevention of drug use in Nigeria.
Just to say, I know we appreciate this conference that is going on. Just to add that the Federal Ministry of Health, also in collaboration with NDLEA and other stakeholders, we are looking at having a larger national drug summit where we invite who is who in the country and even beyond to see how we can chart a way forward towards reducing the menace of drug abuse, and also in terms of resource mobilization. It is not only the government responsibility, it is not only the responsibility of even the private. Everybody is involved. Parents are involved, teachers are involved, everybody is involved. So that National Drug Summit is being planned for March next year, and we are hoping that it's going to carry everybody along. It's going to be an inclusive platform where we listen to everybody, hear the voice of everybody, and chart a way forward towards ensuring that we sustain the gains that we are already making. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I would like to encourage Youth Rise to see what components of this outcome of this conference can be shared in that Youth Summit, because that's going to be a bigger platform, a more national platform in terms of participation and engagement. So let's try as much as possible to summarize some of those key outcomes of this conference so that we can create for a space, working with our folks in Ministry of Health and NDLE, we can create a space for us to share the outcome of this conference there in that summit. Thank you so much. So to health financing, there are various interventions in the country, health insurance, universal health coverage. How do we ensure sustainable harm reduction within the context of all of that? Just as your passing word.
All right, thank you very much. As a way forward, in as much as those laws are there, the next thing that we need is engagement of the agencies. Now, our people, most of our people don't understand what is in there for them. So advocacy is key, awareness is principal. And then for a take-home, in addition to that, one of the things I desire or look forward to is a situation where both states and federal government will institute a drug revolving fund at OSS centers and rehabilitation centers. With this, there is always going to be drug at those various centers, including the clinics, and thereby making life easy for us to achieve the SDG 3 objective. Good health for everybody in the whole wide world. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So, Nonso, to you, in terms of from the angle of the civil society.
Thank you that you said in terms of from the angle of civil society, because what I'm going to say is not personal, but is a fact as civil society sees it. The truth is this: for we to sustain this, we need a legal framework. And what is going on in the National Assembly, it's a legal framework for a public health approach to drug use. It's not just harm reduction. It covers prevention, it covers treatment, it covers harm reduction, it covers research and documentation. It even covers socio-economic empowerment. So it's holistic. It's holistic. Now, the second real fact that we have to fix, it might not sound very nice, but that's a fact, is that a health-based intervention must be anchored and led by the health leading organization. We need to be factual. Let's separate this so that you, as an expert in your position, you do it well. Now, the third thing is the issue of exclusivity. Narcotics is on the exclusive list. Now, the only way we can really get the states to be involved is to shift it from that exclusive list to the concurrent list. And that's where health is. So if we keep saying we want states to do this, I know how many times I've engaged with some state people, authorities, and if you talk, it's not really something by law they are required to intervene. So we really need to look at it and support even the NCH, the National Council on Health, after looking at the whole situation, came up with that resolution. We need a legal framework for a public health approach. So from the civil society, on the platform of civil society, we can say it as it is and you'll not come to me personally. We are still friends on personal level. But that's how this thing is. We need to support this legal framework. What is going on in the in the National Assembly, it's so wonderful. Coming from a senator by himself is so powerful. It's not like people influenced it, but with the support of the technical support he's been receiving, he's pushing it and making it to be all encompassing. That's also one thing that will address the issue of funding.
Okay. Thank you for those thoughts, passing shots. Youth Rights, we deliberately kept you to make the closing remarks from the angle of the panelists before I give my own closing remarks. And you have to speak to us, having listened to all of this as a partner. How do we strengthen our collaboration and partnership to ensure sustainability of harm reduction in Nigeria?
Okay, so the one word that just came to my mind is alignment. Alignment. Everybody has to align. We all have a common goal, but I've observed that the issue of being parallel is something that CSOs face within the I would like to call it now, network or within ourselves. So if we are able to align our programs, our thoughts, we have the same common goal. We all want to curb the issue of drugs in Nigeria. We all have the same thoughts in addressing it. Everybody is talking about a legal framework. Everybody is talking about prevention. But everybody is going in different direction. So we can't go in different direction and expect to meet at the same point. So there is need for us to align as partners. There is need for us to align with the government. There is need for us to have, Youth Rights Nigeria last year put up a roadmap in achieving a roadmap in which it's that shows direction to which we can achieve this legal framework for harm reduction, but not just harm reduction, a public health approach to drug use. But in terms of alignment, we have partners still doing theirs individually. So I think alignment is just the one word I'm going to talk about here. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much. So the National Technical Working Group provide us a platform for alignment. Agreed? Yes. It does, eh? In terms of implementation. Yes. Okay, so let's use that platform of the National Technical Working Group to ensure that it will go beyond coordination to implementation in terms of alignment. Many of you here drive cars. You take your car for alignment every time, don't you? So periodically, let's see that as partners we align. Just like we ensure that our cars properly align. Let's use the words of Youth Rights to ensure that our programs really align. We are really serving the same people. We are serving countrymen. We are serving Nigeria. And so let's, as much as possible, try that our programs align. The platform that provides us that currently is the National Technical Working Group. And so let's, within that context, see how we can improve on the Technical Working Group and ensure that we are aligned not just in terms of program, in terms of coordination, but also in terms of program and in terms of planning. That is what I can say. But NDLE is very critical. You want to say something?
Just a closing remark to the question you raised earlier. Please, for the CSO and the NGOs that are carrying out this program in the State Command, it's good we pay advocacy visits to the State Command to equally sensitize them and let them know. Because some of them are not aware of this program. Some of them have not received the training on all of this. So you need to carry them along so that we'll be on the same page with people in the headquarters. So as we are supporting from headquarters, those in the State Command will equally align with your program. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. So taking the alignment even to the state level, taking the alignment to the local government level, taking the alignment everywhere. So basically that is what it is. So, but we have come to the end of this panel conversation. I really want to thank the conference organizers for prioritizing sustainability of what we are doing. And that is why we're having this as the last panel for this conference. Please, let's all go from here saying that we, the people, have aligned and agreed that harm reduction programs in Nigeria should be sustained for the health, for the dignity, and for the well-being of all of us in this country. I hope that is what we have all agreed to, have we? We the people have agreed to that. We the people in the We the People conference have agreed that we will work towards the sustainability of harm reduction programs in Nigeria. We have agreed to that. We the people have also agreed from this conference that all the suggestions made by my distinguished expert panelists will be taken into consideration in framing the outcomes of this conference, in our deliberations, and also in submission to the national summit that will come up next year, but particularly in terms of our working. We have also agreed to align. We have also agreed to share. We have also agreed particularly to ensure that as much as possible, we work for the human rights, people-centered approaches to ensure that really nobody is left behind. Whether you are from the angle of enforcement, from the angle of policy, from the angle of civil society or partners, we are serving the people of Nigeria. We are looking forward for the best health outcome for our countrymen, and so we should just work towards achieving that. Once again, thank you so much for your active participation and listening. It's been very great, and I really want to thank my distinguished panelists for sharing your thoughts, for sharing your expert knowledge. Let's continue to share. Let's continue to see how we can be able to ensure that really we take harm reduction in Nigeria to the height upon which others will look at Nigeria and really be proud of all of us. Thank you so much.
Please, can we applaud the panelists once again? Dr. Joseph. Dr. Joseph, please, can you turn on your camera so you partake in the photos? And while we wait for our panelists to get together for the pictures, please ensure that the pictures you're taking in this conference, you use the hashtag WAP25, 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 and hashtag We Are People. Hashtag WAP25, hashtag We Are People. Can we have Dr. Joseph join the photo? Is this camera on? All right then. We'll just go ahead for pictures. Are we good? Thank you very much. Please, can we applaud our panelists once again? What a well-rounded conversation and balanced conversation there. Thank you so much. It was really a sound one. I'd love to have a little help with the podium. But of course, as they make their way back to their seats, I'm going to very speedily invite Dr. Lawrence Idemudia to give us a wrap-up of the panel. Dr. Lawrence, if Dr. Lawrence is with us, please would like to invite Dr. Lawrence Idemudia Edelifo, who is Lawrence. Okay, I beg your pardon, sir. Yes, it's a wrap-up of this panel. It's a wrap-up of this panel before we proceed for tea break. There's still a session after the tea break. Please, can we welcome Lawrence Idemudia Edelifo, who is the Director, Social Integration, representing the Executive Secretary, National Commission for Persons with Disabilities, Abuja. Welcome, sir.
Light. I'm going to another one. Okay, no, never mind. Afternoon. You then continue. Good afternoon, everyone. I was supposed to give this speech yesterday, but before I continue, I want to take permission from my brothers and sisters who are deaf to allow me to use my voice. To make it fast, because I have to go to another program to represent my ears. That granted, I say thank you. Now, if you see me on the street, you never believe I'm deaf. If you see me driving, you never believe I'm deaf. But in years past, I used to say it was a fine New Year, well celebrated with friends and relatives that attended my glowing youth. This message I'm about to give is particularly for the youth that are here. I will start with another nugget. But before then, I want to say, since yesterday till now, I've heard so much about drugs. I remember when we did our NYSC in Abuja here, we belong to FCT Drug Free Life Club. I don't know if that is in existence. But I want the youth who are here, who have Bible and paper, to please write this down. I picked it somewhere along many years ago, and I think it helped me through life to be where I am today. A man has but one youth, and considering the consequences of employing that well, he has chosen to take himself very rich. For all that gone, all the wealth in the world cannot purchase another. You see, in order to climb, microphone will pin on my body, so it can vibrate as I speak. But holding it sometimes goes on and off. I may not be able to comprehend what I'm saying. But try, bear with me. Thank you very much. So, I was in class 5 of a secondary school then. Many people today, and our youth here, may not remember that one. But those of us that are approaching 60 and those who are above, we know before SS3, we are what we call class 5. And then, on that faithful New Year day, at night when I went to bed, like I said, my glowing youth, as I thought that time, came to an end. Through that, and the time I entered university, there was 10 years past. In between, I've been a laborer. I've done clerical job. I've walked the street. Even before people thought of jumping to the lagoon in Lagos, those thoughts have crossed our mind. But something kept pulling me back. I still have my youth. And consider the consequence of employing that world. I should think myself very rich. So the struggle continued. I found myself one way or the other in school, College of Education, university, and then scholarship for my master to read master degree in USA. As at that time, I was the only child of my parent who has traveled out of Nigeria. And then I was deaf. So I say to our youth here today, please write it down again. From the robots of yesterday, design thou the fortune of tomorrow. Had I given up, had I jumped into the lagoon, where will I be? Will I be, before you speaking, will I be a director in the civil service? Will I have been to USA and many other parts of the world? No. because we should not allow the circumstances of disability weigh us down. I don't think any of us need description of disability here. You can see me, I'm a living example. You can see my brother and sister there, they're a living example. I wasn't born deaf. It happened at a stage in my life. That means through sickness, accident, or whatever, you can become one. Even if you are using glasses today, you should know you are very close to us. So all of us, by default, are passing with disability. I challenge all of us here, especially our youth. I'm going to use the story again. One day, while still deaf, and in the Christmas time, we are in the village. Myself, my brothers, my cousin, we are sitting together in our father's house. And then one of us who was media at that time came and asked all of us, what do you want to drink? Everybody named what they want to drink. Different type of beers, beverages. Asked me what I want to drink. I said, I want to drink stout. That's what they call that, Guinness. You know what he said? You that are sick, you want to drink Guinness? So, I am sick. Am I sick? Just because I cannot hear. Even my cousin were angry. Why will you say that? I said I will not drink anything again. They begged me that even if I'm not going to drink it, he must buy it. So I allow it to ride. As we live together, let's break barriers, build bridges, join hands with truth, with disability, and create a world of possibilities. On this note, I want to thank Youth Rise, our Youth Rise, for this very, very beautiful and impactful program for these 2 days. I had doubt before, thinking, should I come? It's about youth. But let me go and see. And also bring my people. And here we are together. Thank you, Youth Rise, management, and everyone who have supported them. We are really grateful for allowing us passing with disability to join with you. But I noticed one thing. It should not be. Why are passing with disability in one corner? We're supposed to sit together, meet together, and we say what? We are people, and this is our conference. So, together we rise. Let us uplift and include every youth, regardless of ability. Empathy, accessibility, and equality for life. Thank you very much.
From the rubbles of yesterday, we build the fortunes of tomorrow. Wise words. I think that deserves another round of applause. Thank you so much. And such an astute speaker. I was following you and following you, but sir, that one you said about glasses. A lot of people will beg to. Thank you so much, sir, for a wonderful speech. So still to wrap up the conversation aspect of We Are People Conference 25. When we say we are people, what do you say? We are people, young people, excellence and inclusivity. Thank you so much. To wrap up session 4 and of course the final session, 4, that's the conversation session of the conference. Join me as we welcome the founding executive director, Youth Rise Nigeria, representing General Useni retired, Dr. Adeolu Adebiyi. Can we put our hands together? as he closes this session. Following after that, the tea break, and we'll return for a skill building session.
Thank you very much. I'll be very brief. I think a lot has been said already, and mine is just to wrap up, and I think it's just a very easy thing to do now. I think a lot of words has actually come through from yesterday and today also. You know, we've had words like empathy, alignment, justice, empowerment, participation, inclusivity, sustainability, be a change maker. I don't know other words that jumped out for you. I think we've had a lot of conversation and thought-provoking conversations as well. So I just want to say the real action also begin after now. So we've invested our time, and for every one of us who has participated, your time, you are well appreciated. And I also want to appreciate the team at Youth Rise Nigeria for putting this together. I think we can clap for them, right? Thanks to all our stakeholders from the UN family, from the Ministry of Health, from NDLA, all the key stakeholders that have come through the National Commission for People with Disability. It's been awesome. And National Association of Albinism in Nigeria, and every key stakeholders that have actually stepped in. I think there's a lot of things that we have learned, and even for me personally also, I've learned a lot of things from yesterday, you know, through the conversation. So I will say again, it's for us to begin to act. We have our spheres of influence, and we can begin to make things, make a change. And as it has also been said in the last panel here about partnership, no single individual or organization can actually achieve this. So we all need to work together. So network, the opportunity, I mean, the conversation part is closing now. After the break is just about skill building sessions on as individuals, sharpening your advocacy, understanding more. So for as many that are willing to participate in that, we have technical individuals who can help you to sharpen your skills, so to stay there. But network, reach out, great ideas could be born out of your networking, aligned with people that you can speak with. And I think we, you know, in subsequent days, months, and years, we want to see great impact that has been born out of this conversation. So thank you very much. We are people, and I think greater things. When we talk about inclusivity, you know, we can never tell, you know, what the, maybe we ask the team at Youth Rise what 2026 team will look like, but this is a great event, and I want to appreciate every one of us. Thank you for coming, and God bless you.
Thank you once again, sir. So would you like to become a spokesperson? To the audience now, we ask the question, we pose the question, would you? I mean, we are people. It's a simple phrase. I can use all the professional voice to say it, but at the end of the day, we're people. So would you like, I mean, I'm talking to you and you and you, to become a spokesperson for harm reduction?
Facilitator today, who is Gaj Gurung. He's a senior policy analyst from Harm Reduction International. He will be leading the session. I would implore us to please keep our phones on silence, because this session is more of a workshop. It's an ideation stage, and there's going to be breakout rooms and sessions where you'll be coming up with ideas. So that's why you're here. You're part of the movement. You'll be part of the framework. So just a few more moments, and again, thank you for your patience. Let's just see that he's ready. All right, media, we're good. A thumbs up to indicate that we're good. I know he's on standby. I think we can now project. Once we can project him, love it. Okay, just a few more minutes. Ugochi, you're ready, you'll be assisting, yes? So I'll be handing over to you once he's ready and I do his introduction. How many of us know, after this conference, how many of us know a thing or two about harm reduction? Before you came for this conference, how many of us knew what harm reduction was? By show of hands. I knew what harm reduction was. Can we see your hands? Have you heard of harm reduction before? Anyone? No one. But wow, no one had heard of harm reduction before this. Amazing. That means there's a work to be done. There's a wonderful work to be done. All right. So I do believe we're good to go. Oh, fantastic. Someone had heard of harm reduction from the deaf community. Please, can we put our hands together for them? Thank you so much, sir. All right, it gives me great pleasure to take off this skill building session. Join me as we welcome, joining us. I want to indicate that he can hear us. I'd like to bring to you a senior policy analyst from the Harm Reduction International. He goes by the name of Gaj Gurung. He will be leading this session and he will be assisted by Ugochi, who is sitting in the front row looking good in a flowery dress. Please, let's put our hands together while we project. Gaj, can you hear me? Please indicate if you can hear me.
A bit. I can hear you now.
Yes, we can. Yes, we can. Very quickly, before we bring him out, we'll be reading the citation of Gaj Gurung before he comes up.
So sorry. Hi, everyone. My name is Ugochi Egu, and I work with Harm Reduction International. Can you all hear me? Before I start, I just want to say that on behalf of Harm Reduction International, we are honored to extend our warmest greetings to everyone gathered for the We Are People conference. This convening is a powerful reminder that people who use drugs deserve dignity, compassion, and evidence-based support, not stigma or punishment. We celebrate you. We celebrate your continued commitment to harm reduction, to human rights, health, equity, and commitment-led solutions. Together, we're building a future where harm reduction is recognized, funded, and accessible to all who need it. HRI stands with you, Youth Rise Nigeria. Thank you so much for having us. And before I proceed, we have Gaj Gurung, my colleague, and I will just quickly introduce him and read his bio. Gaj Gurung is a senior analyst at Harm Reduction International. He is based in Nepal. Gaj Gurung understands research. He undertakes research and policy analysis for the Sustainable Financing Team. Gaj has a wealth of experience working with young people, adolescents, and key population programming in the context of HIV responses, as well as in gender equality at national, regional, and I mean the Pacific, the Asian and the Pacifics, and of course on the global level. He brings expertise and experience on the Global Fund to fight AIDS, tuberculosis, and malaria, both as a recipient of funding and a member of the Developing Country NGO delegation to the Global Fund Board. Prior to joining HRI, Gaj was the regional coordinator of Youth Lead, the largest network of young key populations in Asia and the Pacific. researching youth and key populations in many high-level delegations and international platforms. Gaj has a master's degree in developing studies and a PhD in public health from Chulalongkorn University, focusing on the effectiveness of Nepal's national health insurance program in reducing out-of-pocket health expenses. Thank you so much, Gaj. Media, please, can we have Gaj back on screen, please? So he will be kickstarting this session. I just want to promise you that by the end of this session, you're not going to feel like you've wasted your time. Most of us here have never heard of harm reduction, and that is why we're here today, to spread the word and to let you know that everyone has rights and our dignity should be protected no matter what, whether as a drug user or not. Thank you so much. Over to you, Gaj. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Thank you so
Ugochi.
much.
Thank you so much. Can you hear me?
Yes. Yes, we can hear you.
Can anyone respond? Yes, you can hear me. Is it possible to have one camera towards the participant so I can see the participants? Because right now I'm just looking to myself in the screen. Okay. Thank you. Ugochi, so just please be my face there. I don't know. I'm really at the blank here because I can only see myself and I cannot see any of you. So I'm just looking to myself and talking to myself. Okay, cool. So before I start this session, I just heard that a lot of people in this room are very new to harm reduction. Is that right? Like can someone write up in the chat? Well, I think that's okay. That's better. That's nice. Okay, finally, like I can see some of you there. But so seems like then I have to start with what harm reduction is, right? Before I go into the budget advocacy issue for harm reduction. So I'll try and very brief in terms of what harm reduction is and who we are. Okay, so I don't have a slide for that because I didn't realize that harm reduction will be very new topic to a lot of you there. So let me start with, so perhaps I can start very briefly with who we are. So as Ugochi and the lady kind of introduced me as the Harm Reduction International. So Harm Reduction International, we are the organization, we're the global organization based in UK, and we work. Okay, I'm getting. Okay, cool. That's fine. So I'm also getting the message that we have more people knowledgeable about harm reduction than new ones. So I'll just take then maybe 1 or 2 minutes, maybe 5 minutes, just to explain what is harm reduction, what we are talking about here. Then I'll proceed with the harm reduction budget advocacy on harm reduction. So I'll also look into my time so that I won't talk more. Okay, so as I was telling you, Harm Reduction International as the organization, we are a global organization based in UK, and we work on harm reduction. So what is harm reduction? So in principle, harm reduction, it's a principle, it's a philosophy based on human rights, based on justice, grounded grounded on equality, which kind of really believes that we all have equal rights, and we have equal rights to access the services. So human rights as such. So here, we are kind of really linking up the human rights with the rights of the people who inject drugs, especially because globally there are a lot of legal issues, there are a lot of stigma related with the people who inject drugs. They are kind of stigmatized at almost every level, almost every setting. So harm reduction is all about really trying to break that stereotypes, and bringing the people who inject drugs and the drugs to their to kind of claim their rights. So apart from this principle, I think we all know about, this is also one of the public health intervention. So harm reduction is a public health intervention that prevents, people from bloodborne disease, especially HIV and AIDS, from viral hepatitis C, and as I told you, many other bloodborne disease. And harm reduction interventions are kind of, WHO, World Health Organizations, um, kind of credited or standard WHO standard public health interventions, which include opioid agonistic therapy, needle injection program. You have condoms, you have HIV testing, you have counseling, you have psychosocial support. There's a range of support. There's a range of programs, for harm reductions, as defined by WHO. So that's pretty much about harm reduction in summary. So if there's any questions for me on harm reductions, we're very new to this. Perhaps perhaps I guess the Youth Rise representative over there or Ugochi can kind of help you to understand more on harm reduction. Okay, but today, since from the chat, I also been I've been told that there are also a lot of people who have very good knowledge on harm reduction. So this particular session today is about harm reduction. How to secure funding for the harm reduction, because as with the US funding crisis, there is a big shift on the external funding dynamics. But for harm reduction, before funding crisis as well, before US funding cuts as well, harm reduction is always a lot of time very underserved, very underfunded. And the reason why it's underfunded is basically because it's criminalized. People who inject drugs are criminalized. If you're found using drugs, then instead of treatment, you're sent to the prison, or you're sent to the harsh punishment. So there are lots of stigma, there are lots of moral issues. That's why the funding for harm reduction has always been crisis, especially from the government. The government, the funding of harm reduction from the government has always been really poor. So today within this 2 hours of this skill building session, we'll try to kind of understand some of the concept of the budget advocacy for harm reduction, what can be done from the civil society, as a civil society, what we can do to influence the government so that they start allocating budget for harm reduction, or at least they'll start understanding the concept of harm reduction, and there is a cohesive environment, there is a platform for dialogue with the government, so at least so that you can start influencing the budget allocation. So that's the pretty kind of a bigger objective for this session. So I have few slides, and I'll try to make it. I thought I'll try to make it interactive, but given the setting, seems like it'll be me just talking. So I'll try to talk in an interesting way. Let me try. So can someone write in a chat that you can see my slide? Okay, cool. Thank you. Shall I go to the slide more? Okay. So as I was telling, the key topic of this session is budget advocacy. Okay, what is it? Why is it important? And then how do we do this? I mean, within my within the time frame that I have of around 30 minutes. I'm not sure if I can explain everything, but I ensure that I'll give you some essence, some key concept of what is budget advocacy in the harm reduction setting. So this slide is prepared by me and Catherine Cook. So Catherine Cook is the acting director of Harm Reduction International. So just to acknowledge her inputs to this slide. So what is budget advocacy? Or we also, we kind of lot of say what is evidence-based budget advocacy. So there are two key things when you talk about budget advocacy. One is budget analysis, money, and the second is the strategic advocacy. So in a way, the term itself is quite self-explanatory. So you have budget, you have advocacy. You kind of advocacy, you do advocacy for the budget, you do advocacy for the funding. So it's not very much different from other advocacy that you do, but there are a few nuances, there are a few things that you need to understand within this budget advocacy. And the first thing is you need to be convinced why we are doing this budget advocacy. Okay, and then while I'll try to explain why budget advocacy, it'll also give you a kind of a glimpse in terms of what kind of evidence are required for the budget advocacy, because budget advocacy really depend on the solid and robust foundation, robust evidence and data. So a lot of time budget advocacy is targeted towards government, including donors as well, but as we know, a lot of donors are not very transparent. It's only, I think as of now, Global Fund is the only inclusive donor that we can do the budget advocacy for, but otherwise a lot of time the other donors, they don't open up. They're not very inclusive in terms of their decision making. They make the decision, they give the money where the recipient, right? But with the government, but with the Global Fund, there are mechanisms where we can influence their decision making, and because of that, they can allocate more funding to the areas which are overlooked, or to the areas which are underfunded. So throughout here, I'll be talking about the budget advocacy for the government. And envisioned result of this advocacy is sustainable and efficient funding based on evidence. So let's start with the first key concept is why budget advocacy. Okay, why do we need budget advocacy? I mean, a lot of time this is also very self-explanatory, or it's also very obvious. We do budget advocacy because we have a budget, high funding gap. But the problem, a lot of time is with this budget advocacy, you can't just say we have a funding gap. We need to have concrete numbers. So the number which you can see in my slide, it's the global number, global figure. So as a Harm Reduction International, we do a lot of study on the funding tracking, and this data is from 2022. So here, what you can see is in 2022, we only identified 151 million US dollar on harm reduction globally, not just in Nigeria. But this gives us 94% funding gap, because the annual need for the harm reduction, as estimated by the UNAIDS, is almost $2 billion globally. But we only have 151 million. And as you all know, 1 billion is almost about 1,000 millions, right? So while we just have 151 million, so that gives us 94% funding gap. So that's why we have to do budget advocacy. So this is a global picture. So let's go deeper into Nigeria, just to see why do you have to do the budget advocacy. Ugochi, is there a chance that you could ask the participants, like if they know, who are the main harm reduction funders in Nigeria? so that just to ensure that this session is not very monotonous. So can I ask? Can someone say who are the main harm reduction funders in Nigeria? Okay, I'll wait for the chat. What is the answer? Can you write me in the chat? Who are the main funders? Or nobody wanted to talk? Can you write me on the chat? I'm waiting for the chat. And also, if anybody knows, like, how much is the total funding on harm reduction in 2025 in Nigeria? 2 questions to discuss, because this is the basis.
Can I use my, all right. So, Gaj, can you hear me? Gaj, can you hear me? So the thing is, we're going to move the mic around and just get some responses. We're going, and then we'll pass it round because of the dynamic, the sound dynamic which we're running right now. So who would like to answer? Who would you say are the main harm reduction funders in Nigeria? Anyone? Anyone? Any volunteers? All right, so we have a volunteer. Your name, sir, and who you think. Then I'll come to you, sir.
My name is David, the World Health Organization.
All right, so we have WHO. David says WHO.
My name is Adiola Navdak.
Sayo, really my name is Seiko. Adiola says NAFDAC. Yes, so we have 2 responses. David says WHO and Adiola says NAFDAC. Oh, someone at the back. I have one more person here.
My name is Esther. I'm not sure, but NDLEA.
Esther says NDLEA funder. Am I still coming to you, Ma? Who would you like to? Okay, you are going to say NDLEA too. Okay, great. Any more responses? Oh, he said NDLEA. Oh, okay. All right, I have another participant who would like to speak. So just tell us your name and what you think.
My name is Prince, Global Fund.
All right, Prince says Global Fund. All right, we have 4 responses. I think we can proceed. That can go in the chat box, and I'm going to turn off my mic now.
The last person who said Global Fund, thank you for that. So that's the correct answer for now. So Global Fund is the main harm reduction funder in Nigeria. I mean, before the US funding cut, it was the US government as well as PEPFAR. So here's the answer. So on my left-hand side, now you can see and the last person who said Global Fund, it's the correct answer. So almost like 5.7 million. But this 5.7 million is for 3 years. So in total, tentatively, so I'm just saying it tentatively, so from 2023 to 25, you had Nigeria has around like $8 million on harm reductions. So on the blue screen, on the blue background, what I did is now, it's just the exercise to see the annual harm reduction funding requirement, how much is required in Nigeria. And again, this is just a rough estimation. So this is just a projection. It's not the actual one. So according to our data, so the total number of people who inject drugs in Nigeria is 177 K. Okay, so 177,000 people. So these are the harm reduction intervention, OAT and NSP. So OAT is opiate agonistic therapy, and NSP is needle syringe exchange program. So I'm just taking two programs of harm reduction here. So tentatively, the unit cost is for the OAT is USD 250 per year, and NSP just for the needles is around $15 per year per person. So that makes the total OAT cost now is total number of people who inject drugs into just the unit cost. So just doing that, now what we found is just for the two programs, we need almost like 46 million every year if we go for the 100% coverage. Okay. So with this, just with the two programs, the funding gap for harm reduction in Nigeria will be 82%, without adding up HIV testing, PrEP, condom training, organizational cost, and other. So if we add up other thing, I think the funding gap in Nigeria, I think will go around again maybe 90%. So this is near to the global average. So globally, it's 94% funding gap. So if in Nigeria as well, it's 94% funding gap. So this is the inspiration. So this would be the inspiration for us in the harm reduction. See, you have almost like 177,000 people who inject drugs, and they are all very much, exposed to, getting HIV or viral hepatitis. And yet you have funding gap of 82% to 90%. So this is the biggest evidence and inspiration for us to do the budget advocacy. And within this slide, you don't see government anywhere, right? Because as of now, at least from our data we have, the Nigerian government, they don't fund anything on harm reduction as of now. They are supportive. Now they have become supportive, more supportive than before, but yet no funding. Okay, so this is the first evidence. Now the second one. Is there anyone in the room who knows what is your health budget in Nigeria in 2024 or any year? Do you want to go around once again?
Is there anyone in the room that would like to answer? Do we have any hands up? What is the health budget in Nigeria in 2024? Anyone? It's a learning experience, so you can just take a guess. We will be told the right answer. Anyone? All right. So please state your name and what you think the answer is.
I'm Mike. The budget is 1.38 trillion. That was being budgeted for it in Nigeria in 2024. Thank you very much.
All right. Michael says 1.38 trillion, very specific in 2024. Anyone else? Yes, 1.38 trillion. All right. So I'm moving around. Please tell us your name and what you think. Please take a look at the camera when you do say so.
Okay. My name is Ayomide Joshua. I think it's 1.5 trillion in Nigeria.
Thank you very much. Ayomide with 1.5 trillion, still within the same range. Anyone else? All right, over to you, Gaj.
what I have, so it's close. It's close to. And we can always, I mean, we might be, referring to different sources. So this is the source that I've got from WHO. So we can always kind of, have, more updated source. So, and I could be wrong as well. But here, this is just to show you that, in 2024, it was almost 2.4 trillion. But it's a big increase from 434 billion naira in 2018. And which is almost around like 5.18% of the federal budget. But the key question is it enough? What is the benchmark of health budget normally? What is the standard of, what is the standard meaning? Here it is about 5.8% of, almost it is about 5.8% of the total GDP of the country. But what is the benchmark? Do you know? Anybody wants to try? And just to give you a hint, the benchmark of the health budget actually comes from the Abuja declarations that took place in Abuja a long time back.
Michael would like to try again. What was the benchmark?
15% of the 15% of the total budget.
Michael says the benchmark, and I see Gaj concurring there. All right, anyone else? I see him concurring, so I don't know if there's much need to proceed further. Over to you.
15% of the GDP, okay, 15% of the GDP is the, the gross domestic product is the kind of benchmark. But again, that's a very ambitious benchmark because a lot of countries, especially the lower middle income countries, we have problem with kind of, allocating the, health budget more than 5% actually. So in a way, I think Nigeria is doing a great job. So this is just to so why I'm showing this health budget is because the harm reduction budget will have to come from the health budget in some way. So that's why we also need to know what health budget we have. If we have really small fiscal space, we call it as fiscal space. Sorry, I'm also introducing now different new terms of the health financing. So our fiscal space is all about how much money we have, and then what are the scope to kind of increase the money. And this is one way of looking at our fiscal space. And we can see that in Nigeria the fiscal space is increasing. That means we have appetite for the budget advocacy. Okay, so here now another question, like, do you know how did government respond to the US funding crisis in Nigeria? Does anybody want to reply? Want to do a guess? These are all associated with the budget advocacy. That's the reason why I'm asking. Or you can just tell me to continue if it's too much.
Do we have anyone that would like to take? Let's make it interactive, guys. Remember, you're going to get the answer either way, so let's just take a chance. How did the government respond to US funding cuts crisis when the funding got cut? How did the Nigerian government respond? Anyone? Any hands in the air? Michael, would you like to take a chance? Okay, we have a response on that side too. All right, so we'll take that response and I'll come to you, Michael.
Yes, my name is Uzochi Alex. I think there was increase in tax and revenue mobilization, you understand, when US cut off the US Ed ID. Yeah, thank you.
That's what I want to say. But what they did again is that most of the projects, they adjust most of the money meant for the project, and some people are being affected, like they lay off some staff, and some also are doing anything about it. Just like you said, it was through the taxes that the government also did. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Increased tax and revenue immobilization. Also, there were a number of layoffs.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah. Thank you so much. You're very much near to, in terms of what the government did. So just to say that, Nigerian government was one of the most, responsive in a very progressive way globally when the US funding cuts happen. And these three things happen, including those tax issues. Like, I didn't include here because that particular tax issue was very much related to, increasing the funding for the health insurance in Nigeria. But this is something I got from the very reliable source. So the National Assembly further approved an additional 300 billion naira to address the external aid shortfalls. So and I'm not sure how this money has been utilized, but I'm assuming this money is mostly utilized for the treatment, especially HIV ART treatment and other health issues. I haven't heard anything about if this money has been used for harm reduction. That's a big question. And also, a lot of report and a very, a credible source says that, state government have also increased their health investments. I don't have data how much. If you have, we can always discuss. And now, since Michael has been, responding a lot. So I can remember Michael and someone said, else said, the tax, the government was raising tax, which is correct. And that taxes was particularly, to strengthen the national health, insurance scheme by 2013. And their aim is to enroll almost 4 million Nigerians to national health insurance scheme. So all this data and all this commitment actually, provides a very fertile ground for the budget advocacy in Nigeria now for harm reduction. The only thing, and the question that I had was any commitments for harm reduction, and I've already said, at least I didn't see any commitment for harm reduction within this, within this response. So is there anyone who knows about anything that, there was any commitments for harm reduction from the Nigerian government? Anyone?
Okay, so actually, since the government promised to approve the 300 billion naira, the funds have not been disbursed, even to the general health community. So there is actually no specific line for harm reduction yet. It's not specified yet. Thank you.
It's really brilliant, because those are some of the insights which I want to have at the external. Thank you so much. So, okay, let's move ahead. So until now, what I was explaining is that why we need to do budget advocacy. Now we saw there's a funding gap. We also saw the budget advocacy is the health budget has increased, and we also saw that there is at least a level of commitment from the Nigerian government to invest more in health. So this all gives us some inspiration and some foundation for the budget advocacy. So and this one, I'm not sure in Nigeria, but this one is all about why budget advocacy in particularly in harm reduction, because governments spend a lot of money on punitive funding. So what is punitive funding meaning? As we all know, within the government has a very harsh regulations for people who inject drugs or who use drugs, right? Even if you are found with a very tiny portion of drugs, you could be sent to the prison. So here, the punitive funding is, so everyone who is sent to the prison, the cost is borne by the government, right? You have to feed in the prison. There is a police, there is a process, and there is also economic burden for the individual who is prosecuted. So there's a lot of money kind of spent within this law enforcement. And here the argument is, if you can just revise the regulation by, for instance, in some of the countries, what they've started doing is there's a threshold. Instead of putting all the drug users in the same basket, what you do is, if you're found with some drugs, within the threshold, maybe like 1 gram or 2 gram, then you're not sent to the prison, but you're sent to the treatment centers, or you're sent to the doctors for the treatment. And if you do that, the study have shown that the prison population will be reduced by more than half in so many countries. So I was actually, looking for the data for Nigeria as well, and then the data say that, out of 100% of the people in the prison, almost 80% of them are due to the drug use or the drug prosecution, and a lot of them are from a very, very minor drug use, which can be, easily, dealt with the treatment or the counseling, and that would save a lot of money. And our modeling data shows that, globally, the government spent almost like 100 billion on the drug law enforcement expenditure every year, while we have only 151 million in our hand on the harm reduction, while our annual need is just 2.7 billion. So look at the three figures. You have 151 million that we have in our hand. We need 2.7 billion, but government are spending 100 billions on punitive funding. And we know that, punitive approach is not working. Otherwise, if punitive approach was working, then there would be no drug users by now, because all the governments are, have very harsh penalties, very harsh laws, but it's not working. So what we're saying is, instead of putting the people on the prison, put them on the treatment and put the money there. And we are calling it as the divesting of the punitive funding to human rights, to harm reductions, to public health. So this is the another perspective of why we need to do budget advocacy. So this one is very context specific, and it may not be very contextual to Nigeria. So it's up to you to discuss, after this one. Now the other thing is other argument in terms of why budget advocacy is because harm reduction is cost effective and it saves life. So this is another argument that we use a lot. And as I was also, as I also had, shown you, the unit cost. The unit cost of needle syringe exchange program is just merely $15 per person per year. But if someone is infected by HIV, or if someone is infected by viral hepatitis, then the treatment cost will be increased by 100 to 200% or even more. I mean, I'm sorry for monetizing this, and no offense to people advocating for the treatment for the treatment, right? But it is all about to say that if you have prevention work done rightly, such as harm reduction, then your treatment cost will be reduced. And why we're saying this is because the government, they're not spending any money on prevention. And Nigeria is not the exception. It's also in a lot of countries. That's why Harm Reduction International is doing this, campaign or this kind of a dialogue with a lot of country partners, because the government are not spending. And these are some of the arguments that we need to keep, or that we need to give it to the government to convince them that the prevention works, harm reduction is cheaper, because it is cheaper as compared to the treatment, something like that. So this is another way of looking at the budget advocacy. Now we can, so this is the Nigeria case. So in Nigeria, the HIV prevalence among people who inject drugs is around 10.9%. It was 10.9% in 2022, and it is as high as 23.4% in Benue. That means currently we have 2 million people living with HIV in Nigeria. So that makes almost 218K people who inject drugs and living with HIV. Now let's compare. If we had just invested $265 for OAT and NSP per annum per person, then it could save so much money, right? In the US, the treatment cost for one person living with HIV is almost 50,000 US dollar. While in that country, in the US, the cost for OAT and NSP is just the double of this. That is $500. Now look at the cost. You have $500 that you need for the harm reduction, but once you get infected with HIV, the cost goes up to $50,000. Right now, you can say that it's free of cost because the Global Fund pays for it, or because even the government of Nigeria pay for the ART, right? But still, they have to pay. It could be a generic version. The ART medicine they're paying. They may be paying little less because it's a generic medicine, but still, it's way much expensive than the harm reduction. So these are some of the arguments that we use, or with the government to convince, and also to convince ourselves that why do we have to do this budget advocacy? Why do we need funding for harm reduction? Okay, any questions so far? Because now I'll be going to now the process of harm reduction. Sorry, budget advocacy. Okay. So these are other things that we need to look at when we are doing the budget advocacy. The first one is the operational landscape, and this is very important. Why this is very important, as I've been telling you, because the government has a lot of harsh regulations for the people who inject drugs. But because of the external donors like the Global Fund, PEPFAR, now the countries are also having more favorable guidelines, or more favorable, let's not say law, there may not be law, but more favorable guidelines, and there are more data, and there are more acceptance of the harm reductions. And that's what we need to look through this operational landscape. What are the laws and policies, especially in Nigeria as well? It's criminalized. You have very harsh policy against people who inject drugs. But now eventually Nigeria is also one of the I think 2 countries in Africa who had started with the harm reduction bill, right, for the first time. So if you're able to pass this harm reduction bill, I guess there will be more basis, there will be more legal foundations to dialogue with the government, and the government may be accountable to to fund the harm reductions. So that's the operational landscape, to see the bigger picture. Now the financial landscape, we have already seen some of the financial landscape within our country, within Nigeria. And just to summarize, what we saw is, although there is no harm reduction funding from the government, but the government has now more money on health, right? The government is more progressive after the US funding cut. And you also have, enhanced shape of the social health insurance schemes by the government. And you need to understand some of these entry points. Where can we do the entry points to the harm reduction funding? So for the financial landscape, let's quickly have a look at this as well. So this is from WHO, and these are some of the avenues of the domestic funding. So you have government schemes, meaning government directly providing the funding from that tax, or you have social health insurance scheme, and there are also other private health insurance scheme, and the big one is you have out-of-pocket spending. So in Nigeria, just very recently, I think out-of-pocket scheme is still the highest contribution to the health. Almost around like you have almost around like 70% of out-of-pocket spending, which is very huge. So that gives us two options here. So one is government scheme and another is social health insurance. So these are the two entry points, and you have state government, which is not mentioned here, and then you have state government. So you have now three entry points. You have government scheme, you have social health insurance, and you have the state government as the entry points for the domestic funding. But within this domestic funding, a lot of these domestic funding that I have shown in the slide are mostly for the service delivery. It's only for the service delivery. They provide service. But as we are working, in the nonprofit organization, now we also know the importance of the community, right? Because during the crisis, it's the community resilience, it was the community innovation that saved life. So then how do we fund the community? Let's say, because now there's no PEPFAR, or the government, the Global Fund is reducing money, then how do we get the money from the government? So this is the solution. It's called social contracting. So before I move ahead, I'd like to pose this question: if anybody knows what is social contracting, or do you have social contracting for HIV or harm reduction services? Sorry, forget harm reduction services for now because government has no funding. But is there any social contracting for HIV services in your country?
Okay. Hi, Gaj. So in Nigeria, there is no specific social contracting framework. However, the government, through agencies like NACA and through the Federal Ministry of Health, supports some CSOs in the implementation of some services that are mostly funded by foreign donors. So currently now, we do not have a special social contracting framework. So basically, social contracting is when government, through its own programs or direct funding, funds civil society and other organizations to implement public health services and harm reduction. So currently, it's not in the framework, but in a way, in a style, the government still supports some organizations. All right. Another person wants to answer.
Okay, just to top up what he has explained. So while the government may not provide fiscal financing in terms of social contracting, like you just said, they also find ways to support the implementations of this programming. An example would be the technical working group. They provide expertise, insights, data control, and whatnot, but the fiscal financing does not, we don't have that framework in Nigeria. Yeah.
So much. You may, somebody want, okay. Thank you both, and very correct. You made my life easier now. Yeah. So the reason why I saw the social contracting is also just to have more explanations on social contracting, which is done briefly. So I just have one slide for this one. So this is the this is social contracting, as you rightly said. Social contracting is a mechanism where the government provides money to the organization as a whole, not just for the services, and this is very important. So there are many countries now the government had started the social contracting. It is not that easy because government, a lot of time, it's not just in Nigeria, everywhere globally, Government is conservative. Government doesn't want a lot of activism within them. They don't want to be held accountable a lot of time. While we, as a civil society community, we are activists, or which they don't like. That's why social contracting has not been very popular. But this is the reality. We need it, right? So since there are a lot of countries doing this, and I'm sure there are with the harm
Implement of the
reduction.
Sustainable Development Goals globally. Then the third question, what role has the United Nations ever played in promoting harm reductions globally? Because I'm sure there are some funds that they are supposed to disburse for something like this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I believe that question. I'll just move around if there are any other questions. So Gaj will respond to all the questions before we move to the next item. All right.
I'm Dev from NCPWD. My question is connected to what has been said. What have they done? Okay. What have they done? Okay. What have they done in the case of persons with disability talking about HIV? Because some people with disability, they don't have the knowledge to this. What are they doing concerning persons with disability? Because most of them.
Community involvement important in effective harm reduction programs. Why is community involvement important in effective harm reduction programs?
All right, thank you.
Drugs were criminalized. They won't go to the hospital to access services a lot of time, because if they're asked, if they're found they're using drugs, they don't get treatment. They would get penalties, or they would be punished, or they would be sent to the prison. So that's where the community centers, the community-led service, harm reduction services are there, where they can go in a confidential manner, comfortably, free of stigma, and then access the services. So the importance of community in harm reduction is infinite. So they are the breeze between the services. They are the one, creating enabling environment for people who inject drugs to kind of access services. And the communities are on the front line of activism, to ensure that harm reduction services are well funded. So that's the one. I'm really sorry for the question on the disability and on HIV. So I'll get back to this at the end. So the other questions were the great questions on the on the role of UN agencies on harm reductions, and again, it's the UN. So after community, it's the UN agencies who have been fighting for the harm reduction, because because of the legal issues, a lot of government, they don't want to take ownership of the harm reductions or people who inject drugs, and that's where the diplomacy of the UN agencies comes into the play to convince the government. There are two ways that they're doing. So at the global level, in the leadership from UNAIDS, UNODC, and WHO in particular. So these are the three agencies working on harm reductions. So WHO, they come up with the guidelines, policies in terms of how harm reduction should be implemented. There are guidelines. There are numbers of guidelines produced by the WHO on how to implement opiate agonistic therapy, how to implement needle syringe exchange program, how to reduce or how to prevent overdose amongst people who inject it. So there are so many, guidelines. And also WHO has recommended harm reduction as a tier 1 essential service to be provided during the time of crisis, because harm reduction saves life. Right, so that's the role of WHO. Within UNAIDS is the one who are producing a lot of data on on how many people are accessing the services, what is the coverage of harm reduction. And also because harm reduction is very much confined, the harm reduction funding is very much confined within HIV response. So the role of the UNAIDS is very crucial, in terms of the data, funding, and the coordinations. And other agencies that's very proactive is UNODC. So for the drug policy, there is a global commission on narcotics drugs. It's called CND. This is called Commission of Narcotics Drugs, and its head office is in Vienna, Austria, and this is led by the UNODC, meaning they convene the different countries together, discuss on the drug policy, and try to convince the country to be more progressive towards the drug policy. And I'm happy to say you that, in 2025, for the first time, almost all the countries, they came together and they acknowledged harm reduction. You'll be surprised too, because we're talking harm reduction so much, but even globally, there was no agreement to harm reductions at the global level, though there was a lot of funding. But there was an agreement on this commission, but now they have agreement. So this is the role of the UN agencies, and we can always use UN agencies as an allies, because they have produced, they have standards, they have guidelines, they have policies on the harm reduction, and those evidence, those data, and those publications can be used to inform your harm reduction bill as well in Nigeria. So the other question was harm reduction and sustainable development goals. So harm reduction is primarily under public health interventions for now because of the funding. So your health is, I think it's under SDG goal number 3, right? I think it's SDG goal number 3. But harm reduction also support your social development issues. So here, what harm reduction does is it gives a stability to a people, because rehabilitation center, it does not work. I'm not sure, what is the context in Nigeria. There are rehabilitation centers all over the world, but they're not working. The relapse rate is very high. As soon as they come out, then they're back to drug use. It's almost more than 95%, I guess, of the relapse cases happening. And also a lot of these rehabilitation centers are very mandatory, very coercive, with harsh punishment. So it does not work. There is no human rights. There is no justice. So that's where you have this, harm reduction, where because people have problems, and not everyone end up in addiction, right? A lot of people use it for the recreational purpose, and in that case, what harm reduction does, it gives stability. So you're accessing harm reduction and you're still in employment. You're accessing harm reduction and you're still you're still continuing your education. So in that way, harm reduction actually touch upon so many other sustainable development goals. So just 2 weeks back, we did this we did a event during this social conference, global social conference, social development conference, and that's where we really explored the role of harm reduction in social development, such as education, such as employment, including environmental conservation, farmer rights, and so many. So the role of harm reduction is very diverse. So the correlation of the social contracting in harm reduction, I mean, there isn't such, correlation with the social contracting and harm reduction. But what we are telling is, when we are doing budget advocacy in harm reduction, social contracting is required, and this is one of the entry point, because if you have social contracting mechanism with the government, and if the government is willing to, start funding on harm reductions and the civil society organization, then you need social contracting as a mechanism. I mean, social contracting is a UN term, so it could be a different language and different term in different countries. In a very simple word, social contracting is very much associated with the procurement, your procurement act, what your procurement act says. and I'm really sorry about this, the question on the disability and HIV. I'm not sure like what was the question on. But what I can say, with some understanding that I have there is, there is, the people with there are a lot of people with disability and living with HIV. It's a very intersectional issues, and there are a lot of issues, challenges. There are further challenges. There are further stigma for the people with disability and who are living with HIV. But unfortunately, I'm not sure if there are any specific programs to that. I mean, we don't work very specifically to people with disability and HIV, but based on my experience, there are a lot of challenges, and there are not enough programs, to address this. Thank you. I think that's all the questions that I have.
All right, thank you very much, Gaj. We're going to begin. Do we have another question? Oh, wow, we have another question. Okay, 2 more questions. Fantastic. Please, we're going to ask you to go straight to the point. Your name, ma'am, and your question.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm EJ Rebecca from NCPWD. Now I'm reacting to the response to, his name again?
They are on a different level. But if you're talking about countries, which are with similar socioeconomic status, so-called lower middle income countries, then there are a lot of countries who are now doing a lot of good things. So if the first country that come to my mind, and where we just did an amazing study, is Indonesia. So we're doing this study to find out the impact of US funding cuts and harm reduction. And we found that in Indonesia, the impact was very minimal, because they have started integrating harm reduction services into their primary health care, right? How amazing. So now in Indonesia, the harm reduction services are not found in all primary health, not in all primary health care centers, but wherever there is a high number of people who inject drugs based on the data, then in those primary health care centers, people who inject drugs or use drugs can access harm reductions. That's the first example in Indonesia. And the second example that I can give from Asia Pacific is India. So India has been, investing a lot of money on harm reductions with opioid agnostic therapy, needle syringe injection program, HIV testing. So they take money from Global Fund, but the share of the Global Fund in the harm reduction is minimal, while the government take over a lot of other funding. If you come to Africa, I'll name 2 countries. So one is Mauritius. I guess Mauritius also because of the income status. So in Mauritius, the HIV response is almost more than 90% funded by the government, including now all the harm reduction services. Initially, there were some challenges because they started placing some of their harm reduction services within the police, nearby the police stations, and that was a challenge. But now eventually they have started, disaggregating, or they have started placing the service centers where it's more comfortable for people who use drugs to kind of access there, and a lot of funding is done by the government. South Africa is another example, but again within South Africa, national scenario is not that good because the government, they don't spend much. But there is one province in South Africa, it's called City of Tshwane. And in City of Tshwane, the provincial government, it's a municipal government, they have funded one of the most comprehensive harm reduction services, perhaps like globally. And it's actually implemented by the university and the community partners there. And they provide all the comprehensive harm reduction services, and it's all fully funded by the government. And what we also found is that when the government was doing everything, it was also much cheaper. The unit cost was actually cheaper than with the other, externally funded harm reduction unit cost. So I can go on and on. So there are other countries from from Eastern Europe. So last year, so just a few months back, we did this. We did a session with the Kazakhstan, where the government has started taking over all the harm reduction services. There are some challenges. There are some challenges with with the services, but the government has started taking, and they're piloting. They're kind of listening to the community, and importantly, they're also doing social contracting. So there are now there are ample of countries that have started investing in the global fund. Sorry, in the harm reductions. And again, coming back to the first question on disability, and HIV, I'm really sorry, I don't have a concrete answer to that. I mean, I don't make decisions in my organizations, and I don't see, at least on strategic plan, I haven't seen much, because also we don't work, directly on the, HIV. It's more very much focused on harm reduction. But your issue is well taken, and I'll take it to my senior management to see, how it can be included within the organizational strategy. Thank you so much.
We can do better with the applause. Please can we applause God? He took his time to respond to all questions. I'm going to be handing the microphone over to Ms. Ogechi now. As you can see, the papers are ready, and we hope, is it good, cheap? I beg your pardon. Today we've had a lot of name catastrophes, but I apologize. So we'll be handing over the mic to you, and everyone is going to be ready. It's going to be really interactive. So over to you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, Miriam. I hope we've all had an impactful session. Thank you so much, Gaj, for that wonderful presentation. So now we're going to be going into groups, 5 different groups, for those who are interested to learn more about harm reduction. So we're going to have 5 different groups, and Precious, please, you're going to help us tell them how, what we expect from them from this session. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please, let's give a round of applause for Gaj one more time. Okay, so first things first, this session is not supposed to take more than 20 minutes, and is the last session for the day. Max 30 minutes, and then we are done. Because I can see your tired faces, but I mean, it's good to put what we've learned to practice. So for those who are asking and those who are new, since yesterday we've been hearing harm reduction, and I'm just going to try to give you just a definition in a very lay language. Harm reduction is in the name, basically reducing the harm that comes with any activity. An example is driving with your seatbelt. I mean, it doesn't mean that you might have an accident, right? But it's a rule that you should drive with your seatbelt so that in case there's an accident, the harm is reduced. Another example is wearing a helmet when you're riding a bike. So that's what harm reduction is. Now, translating it to what we've been talking about in terms of persons who use drugs, persons who inject drugs, and persons living with HIV, harm reduction is basically reducing the harm associated with drugs, and there are a lot of them. There are a lot of harm related to drugs, including HIV, hepatitis, tuberculosis, and even social harms, right? Criminalization, imprisonment, and all that. So what we are discussing is how do we reduce this harm? You might not be a person that uses drugs, but drug use is something that cuts across every sector. If you trace it in your family, there must be one person that uses drugs, even if it's alcohol. Right? So it is important that we are all invested in this conversation. So Gaj has given us the funding gap, which is a lot. That's 82% without including commodities and stuff. And he also gave us the global gap. And you can see that Nigeria is competing with the global gap. We are like close together, and that's something. If drug use is a problem, we've recognized it as a problem in Nigeria, that more than 14 million people have this problem, and harm reduction is the way forward. That means we need to, as a country, begin funding harm reduction. So far during the session, you learned that it's Global Fund that funds the harm reduction programs in Nigeria, and then other international funders like VIV, Healthcare, Elton John Foundations, and whatnot. But what this session is about is advocating for local financing so that Nigeria in themselves will begin to budget for harm reduction through their health services. We've heard a lot. He has told us so much about why it's effective, why we need that local and domestic funding so that we can be able to reach more people. And one of the major reasons is that harm reduction is less expensive than treatment. Harm reduction is less expensive than incarceration. Harm reduction is less expensive than, law enforcement. And more importantly, harm reduction in itself saves lives more than all of these ones that we've mentioned combined. So what is this group work about? We are going to work together to identify opportunities for this advocacy. I will give you a few examples that will guide you. However, we have group leaders who are very knowledgeable in this conversation that will guide you, but they will have conversations with you, and then you will give them options for opportunities that we can engage for this advocacy. Let me give you a good example. The NHIS, National, how do you put it now? Health insurance. Some of us here have health insurance, right? But you can't go to the hospital under your health insurance for harm reduction treatments. But it's a good opportunity. And I mean, we can start that engagement. We can start talking about it. How do we approach this NHIS providing companies and engage them to, So that's an example. There are other examples. So we are going to divide the group into 5. We have 5 group leaders. And what we want is that group 1 to 3 will identify opportunities in the federal. Then group 3 to 4 would identify opportunities in the state. An opportunity can be as simple as, we'll go and advocate to the first lady of our state that, harm reduction is important, we need to start budgeting for it in state budget, that kind of stuff. So that's what we are going to be doing. I'll call the group leaders. Please, group leaders 1 to 5, please come forward so that your group leaders 1 to 5, please come forward. Group leaders 1 to 5, please come forward. They've already been identified. So what we are going to do for me is we'll be identifying opportunities, targets. By targets, I mean stakeholders. Who do we need to approach to maximize these opportunities? And finally, actions. What can we do when we want to approach these activities? I gave an example. NHIS is an opportunity. The targets are NHIS providing companies, right? How do we approach them? Maybe we can start, having advocacy visits to them, courtesy visits to them, to add these packages to their, package. So, if you are interested, we don't want to make it compulsory for everyone because we want it to be meaningful and engaging. But I urge you to please participate, especially because you're talking about inclusion, especially because you're talking about young persons. We want the voices of young persons to be heard. And this is the way to make your voices heard. You have ideas. Your opportunity can be technology. Propose it. Please, if you're interested in participating in this particular group activity, just raise your hands up, please. We'll number you 1 to 5, and then you join the group leaders. Do me that favor. Raise your hands if you're interested. Please, let's do it as fast as we can so that we work quickly.
Hello, my name is Simile Olua and I am at WAP 25, the We Are People Conference here in Abuja. And I have with me
Progress Ajanaku.
Progress Ajanaku. Thank you very much. So how has your experience been at WAP 25?
It's been really amazing. Like the amount of things I've learned in these 2 days, I can't explain. Like you all have to be here to experience it. It's been very educating, especially learning about, people that use drugs, people who use drugs, people who inject drugs, women who use drugs and stuff like that. A lot of times when you're in your house, you might be thinking about people who use drugs in a certain kind of way. But coming here, you get to learn a lot about these people. And they are also people just like you and I, and they need our help, they need our empathy. And yes, it's been phenomenal in the past 2 days. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Progress. Okay, so if you're going to take away something that you will start doing from what you have learned from this conference, can you tell me just one thing that you will start doing now?
Okay, one thing I'll start doing is also sensitizing other people. Everything I've learned here, I'm also going to teach other people about it so that they can also start seeing people who use drugs differently. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Progress. High five. All right, thank you. Okay. Hello guys, my name is Simile Olua and I am at WAP 25 with
David Moses Olofo.
Alright, David is a wonderful guy, he does tremendous job. So David, how has your experience been in the conference?
Well, it has been a very awesome experience, since yesterday to this point in time. From the panel discussions to the storytelling to the videos that were shared and to even the interaction I've been having with participants. It has really been a very awesome time.
Okay, thank you very much, David. So if you're going to say a particular thing that has struck you the most, maybe someone's experience, there are many real life stories in this conference. Is there any story that struck you the most?
The story that struck me the most was sharing of lived experiences. Because nothing beats that. When people live, there's an example of somebody who has an experience. It takes away the whole event from being a fictional and a concept of the mind and bringing it to reality. So sharing a story of lived experience of how people who are involved in drug use, what they face, and then the capturing of people living with disability, it really portrays a good picture of inclusivity.
Okay, wonderful. Now let's talk about reality now. So what is that one thing that you want the society or the government to do for people living with disabilities and people that are marginalized?
What they should do with people with disability and people who are marginalized is to ensure that inclusivity is achieved, and that means bringing them to the table to also make decisions when it comes to anything that concerns them. There's a phrase we use, nothing about us without us. So you can't be doing something outside for somebody without the person being fully involved. So if there's one thing they can do, get the people who are facing this, who have this as their reality, to be part and parcel of the decision-making process. This is going to help us achieve a society that is inclusive, and our programs, policies, and plans will be inclusive. Thank you.
Wonderful, wonderful. Please, WAP 25 by 5. Thank you very much. Okay. Hello, guys. My name is Simile Olua, and we are at WAP 25. And I'm here with.
My name is Ifeanyi Umba from the National Commission for Persons with Disability.
All right, great one, Ifeanyi. We are very happy to have you here. Okay, so can you tell us what has your experience been like for these 2 days in the We Are People conference?
My experience has been very interesting. I feel the need for this type of conference. For example, yesterday I had another program which I was supposed to go there. I wanted to go there, but for 1 or 2 hours just to disappear and go for the program. But with time, when I saw what was going on here, I paid a special attention to people sharing their experiences. I decided to forsake the other program and to be a part of this program. I abandoned it and stayed here from morning until the evening time. So everything here was perfect.
All right, thank you so much, Ifeanyi. Okay, so if there's one thing that you want the society to know about for persons with disability and the things you like to see change, can you tell me now?
I want a society where you see persons with disability as persons without ability. Disability does not mean that you are not able. Person with disability can do anything a person without disability can do. I want an inclusive Nigeria. Thank you. I want an inclusive Nigeria.
All right, thank you very much. Fine. So I'll have to give you an high five too. Yeah. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Hi everyone. I'm here with
Adiola Aino.
Okay. Thank you very much. Adiola Aino has been here for the WAP 25 since yesterday. So Adiola Aino, tell us what is the thing that's interested you the most about the We Are People conference?
What has interested me so much in it is that at least persons with disabilities are carried along in the advocacy that We Are People conference is doing. they have not excluded us. That sounds so good and interesting to me.
Okay, wonderful. So, with all your learnings, with all the sessions, with all the stories you have heard, is there one thing that you would like to see the society implement for persons living with disability?
What I would want the society to do is to continue to include us and give us room to participate fully in everything the society is doing. The society should not assume for us, at least from the planning stage to the execution stage. Persons with disability should be carried along, not assuming that this will be fine for them, and they shouldn't use one person's ability to judge every other person.
All right, wonderful. Thank you very much, Mr. Adiola. Thank you. Okay, all right. Okay. Okay. Have a nice day. So I'm here with
Promise.
Okay. Promise. How has the We Are People conference been?
Oh, it has been a nice time, especially seeing the gathering of young people and teaching them about not going into the prevalent habits that we see youth going into drug abuse and several other factors. See, this program is one that brings people together and teach them how to not just live, but how to educate others on how to live properly.
As someone that is serving the country, how do you think, what are the policies that you think we can put in place to make sure that there is inclusivity in the Nigerian society?
Well, the thing is, firstly, we have to understand the peculiarity of the youth and let them know that, you see, this habit, the first thing is not to crucify them or judge them, maybe to say, you want to amount to nothing, and then on that note, to just, maybe you arrest them, molest them, whatever it is, you see. And I think the society should also look at not shutting down young people's voice, because most times when young people want to talk, you discover that they say, you keep quiet, what do you know, and so many other brutality and other such.
All right, thank you very much.